So we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Alrighty. Trustees, we'll review the agenda. Did anyone have any questions, comments, changes on the agenda? Great. We'll move on to recognitions. Mock trial state champs. Congratulations. And Mr. Kessler, that's you.
Hello. It is a great honor to be up here today for us to recognize the 7-time and 7 in a row state champion mock trial team from Helena High School. It's a pretty big accomplishment for this team, and very proud of the accomplishments that they were able to do. It's pretty cool too. For the state championship, we had our two teams going against each other. So a huge kudos to Mr. Askins and our attorney teams that come in and help prepare our kids for this. Sometimes we are, like slow down. We don't want that great of kids to make arguments, on everything that we do, but they do a pretty good job with that. So I'll have Mr. Askin come up and he'll talk a little bit more about the team and call the members up.
Congratulations. Thank you. Good evening. I'll just have the team come on up here. I've got Gray's. I got a few of them out tonight. One's sick, one is at work. So let me call up who's here. Jaylyn, come on up. Gardapi, Bailey Gilbertson, Maverick Franklin, Meadow Brown Wilson, Gabby Laveau, Gabby's gone, and Lily Barron. So these are the ones that made it to the Nationals. We had one addition. Jaylyn came in as she was on the B team and actually joined the A team at Nationals. And the rules are that we have the ability to move up. What did we move up to? We moved up one member, and then we took another along for kind of an alternate position, and that was Siri Fitterer. And she's not here tonight, but basically we try to take some of the younger people so they can all experience what Nationals is like. And so it was a great opportunity for her to come and to join the team. And the rest of them are all seniors, so we'll have the seniors talk here in a second. But let me just tell you a little bit about a little more information on mock trial. So basically, I wanted to thank you all for inviting us to be recognized for their incredible accomplishment of becoming the 7th straight Montana State champion, which is not an easy thing to do in Montana mock trial competition. With the state title in hand, the Helena High proceeded to compete at the national competition in Iowa last week at Des Moines, returning on Sunday. Exhausted, but you can be proud of how these students prepared, competed, and conducted themselves throughout the long mock trial season. I know that I am, and I know the coaches are as well. These students received case materials in October and prepared outside of school hours, which has always impressed me, twice per week until March. After the state competition, they prepared to prosecute or defend a completely new case for the national competition, which was held last week. The mock trial season is longer than any basketball season being played in Montana. These students are incredibly dedicated to their craft. This program is also supported by 4 local volunteer attorney coaches, one of them who's here tonight, who give hundreds of hours of their time and expertise despite their hectic schedules. This year, the attorney coaches were Sean Morrison, who's here tonight. We have Nikki Zupanik, Demetrius Solakidis, and Ayaka Smart. All 4 of the attorney coaches also accompanied the team to the national competition in Des Moines. And I would like to say, how's that for dedication? So that was a pretty incredible thing to have all these attorney coaches along with us. I always told the kids that they were the most heavily coached team there, which was kind of cool. So the primary reason we are here tonight is to shine a spotlight on the accomplishments of these students. These students join the ranks of many others who have benefited from Helena High School mock trial since it started in 2015. In addition to celebrating the students, I would like to bring an important matter to your attention. Maybe a lot of you don't know, but as some of you may know, I, like the coaches, have volunteered my time to coach and travel with these teams. The Helena High School mock trial coaching position is an unpaid one. As I look to retire in the next few years, I volunteered for this many years ago and have still been doing it. But I am concerned that an unpaid coaching position will likely be left unfilled. And it is a concern of me as I retire. You always try to think about transition planning. I've recently applied for a club stipend, which the contract allows. So we're looking at that next year, trying to do that that you can apply for a coaching position to get a stipend. So we are doing that. But I implore you to the board to remember the positive impact that this sort of program has had on the students and on the reputations of Helena High School and the whole Helena Public School District. And it has been impressive over the years. So we have all the seniors, well, not all the seniors here, but I'm going to introduce each one and let them come up. I guess I already introduced them. So Bailey, since you're closest to the mic, let's just have you come up and then you can talk a little bit about your senior plans. There you go.
Good. Hi, I'm Bailey. I'm a current senior at Helena High. Next year, I'm going to go to University of Montana to get a degree in psychology through the Davidson Honors College. And I'm just super excited. I think I always kind of envisioned going out of state, and I've realized in the past couple years that Montana is really the place for me, and I'm so excited to see what more it has to offer for my future.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maverick Franklin. I was just here for speech and debate, so you might recognize me. My plans are the exact same as Bailey. I will be going to the University of Montana through the Davidson Honors College for a degree in psychology. Mock trial has been a huge part of my life throughout high school, and I'm very excited for the future of this club, and it's helped me a lot. So, yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Meadow Brown Wilson. I'm planning on going to University of Glasgow in Scotland to pursue finance and hopefully one day a master's degree.
Hi everyone, I'm Lily Barron. I joined mock trial my sophomore year and I'm now a senior. I'm going to Western Washington University to get a degree in political science with a minor in literature and Spanish. Mock trial inspired me to get this degree and really has helped me find my career and my voice in the world.
Congratulations, and that's an awesome run. Seven-time repeat. Nothing to complain about. Congratulations, guys.
As we also housekeeping, we are hot on the mics and not at the owl tonight, so make sure that your buttons are engaged. And we'll also, Coach, will also take pictures out in the hallway. Mr. Askins. Okay, thank you. Almost forgot.
All right, we'll move on to the.
So fast I wasn't able to get my.
I know, sorry, I'm just like, I'm on it.
You were on it.
Finally, I finally caught up to the program.
We weren't waiting for a train or anything.
I know, I planned ahead. I waited for that train 40 minutes ago.
Love it.
All right, so Mr. Kessler, you're up again for the Nobel Educator of the Year finalist for 2026.
Thank you. So very excited to also be able to honor one of our outstanding educators today with the Claus Nobel. I just learned how to actually say that. It sounds very noble.
I didn't
Educator
have,
of the
so
Year
I didn't say it.
finalist for 2026. Aaron Cleveland, if you want to join me up here. So last year, Erin was nominated for this award by one of her former students. And so I think one of the cool parts about this award is it is a student-driven nomination. So it really shows that impact that an educator has had on a student's life. So Erin went through the process, and we were informed about a month ago, I think, that she was selected as one of the top 10 finalists in the nation for this. And so to me, really, it speaks to the time, all of the time and effort that Erin puts in to her job working in our transitions program, which is really, some days I feel that she probably feels like she's just repeating herself over and over and over but, you know, for her, it's really seeing the kids that maybe don't have the most support at home and getting them across the stage and getting them to reach those aspects in life. And then working with our Mount Ascension kids too to help support them in that learning field as well. So we're very lucky to have Erin at Helena High School and all the work that she does, and very deserving of this award. So congratulations to Erin.
Thank you, everyone. So I just thought I'd educate you a little bit about the National Society of High School Scholars, which Claes Nobel began in 2002. He's originally from Sweden and a member of the family that established the Nobel Peace Prize. He's originally, of course, has dual citizenship in Sweden and the U.S. And he was very passionate about the humanitarian efforts and environmental efforts of all of us. And I think the reason he wanted to do something of this nature, being part of the Nobel Prize family, is because lasting peace truly begins in quality education for all. I mean, that's where it absolutely starts. And I know that our students here in the Helena Public Schools, I know I feel most proud that I have been in this district for over 20 years, 20 plus years experience as a public school teacher. And so that is my first pride and honor to have been a part of this with all of you. As teachers, we want to create citizens of the world who are good, kind human beings. We raise great humans. That's what we help do in our public schools. You know, we want a great education for them, but we also want a great life. And that's why receiving this award, I feel so honored that I was one of the 10 chosen, because it's part of what we do here in Helena. We try to pick up all of our students. We make sure that they all feel supported. Our students who are dealing with homelessness, food insecurity, and we want them to know that they are part of our family, part of our community here in Helena. And so I feel very honored that I was chosen. I look forward to going to their award ceremony in Atlanta, Georgia this summer, if I can afford to go. I don't know, gas prices and everything. But so I look forward to going there this summer and receiving it officially from them. But I also want to thank you for recognizing me here today, and thank you for helping us raise peaceful, fabulous human beings in our community that keeps us safe and wonderful. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And the recognition of achievement for our Seal of Biliteracy recipients. I was going to try to say that in Spanish, but I gave up. Come on up, guys.
Bonsoir, it's good to be here and recognize our students. I'm Amy Van Dam. I teach French at Capitol High, and I had 4 students take the test. On the Thursday, where Vigilante Day, where everyone's making their float, they came in and spent 4 hours measuring their proficiency in the speaking, reading, writing, and listening domains, and to be considered biliteral by the state of Montana, you would have to get a 3 in all 4 domains. And so I have one recipient of the 4 who qualified, and it is Olivia Margota. I've had the pleasure of being with her and her whole family. We were talking about it tonight. Since 2014, I had her older brother. I have Olivia, and then Olivia, come up here. And her petite sœur. So it's really nice to be able to be acknowledged for them to take French all 4 years, or Spanish, or German, and to get to a level where they can actually use it in a way that benefits them and everybody around them. So, Olive, and do you want to say anything?
If I can just.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at Helena High, we're also pleased to recognize a number of students who've achieved this award through the Apple test. We anticipate many more qualifying for this honor through the AP exam, which is this week.
Ours was today.
Yes, and ours is on Thursday. So some of these students aren't here, but if it's okay, I'd just like to read their names. Kendall Simpson, Natalie Zimmerman, Kate Lee, Eddie Wolf, Hallie Winward, Gavin Payne, Ella Nassett, Garrett Hinderman, or Hinder Hombre, as he writes on his papers, who is here. Bailey Gilbertson, multi-talented young woman. Brock Gardapi. We're all wondering who that is.
Join him, Brock.
Get over here, man. Nora Dwyer, Ellie Clancy, and Freya Elias. So we're so proud of these guys. And I have the special treat this year of having had these kiddos in Spanish 1 at HMS 5 years ago. So it's kind of a special thing. So thank you guys for having us. Did you have anything? Yes, please do.
Yeah. This is Olive Margota.
Well, I would like to say merci to the people who've helped me on this journey. My papa is from France, which made it really interesting to take the class and to be able to bring in some home experiences to to talk about what people do in France. And we've had a lot.
We have called her grandma before to ask her about games they used to play in French school when they were kids.
Yeah, we've had a lot of fun with the class. I enjoyed it a lot, and it was really nice to have Ms. Van Dam to teach me all 4 years. So, merci to tout le monde.
No, whoops.
Would you guys like to say a word or two? Yeah, I know you already said something. You could say something in Spanish.
I don't think I'll do that. But okay, you guys have already heard from me, but this Spanish program has genuinely changed my life. I feel like I have learned so much, especially with Profe Owens. She's an incredible woman, and I'm super excited to have my seal of biliteracy, and I also plan on, continuing my Spanish journey and probably minoring it in college because I think it's a really fantastic skill to have.
Mm-hmm.
So, your turn.
I can go. All right, so to start off, I would like to say thank you so much to Miss Owens, who we had her for our first year and her first year as well. She did such an amazing job just selling the program to us as 8th graders. As soon as even the first day, I was like, okay, I'm going through it for the next 4 years too. So she did such an amazing job. And then when we entered into the Spanish classes, I don't know, I feel I can talk for everyone else as well. We felt so prepared for these next classes that everything felt like a breeze, like we were ready to go. And we just kept moving through. And our teachers at Helena High are so amazing. I had Miss Sund and Miss Petrick as well. They both prepared us so well. And it was just such a great opportunity to have. If you get a 5 on the AP Spanish test, you get 11 college credits. Seal of Biliteracy, you can put that on your resume for life. It's such an awesome thing to have. And honestly, we could not have done it without Miss Owens. So she's just really amazing.
Thank you, Brock.
My name is Kate Lee. I'm also a senior, and I'll be going to the University of Montana and the Davidson Honors College, but to study business instead. And I also agree it's a great program, although I wanted to quit freshman year. I was so frustrated with the foreign language. English is already hard enough, but I kind of just stuck with it. I had a moment where it all sort of clicked, and now I'm really happy. And last night, I think I decided I'll maybe pursue a minor. And now that Bailey said she's pursuing a minor, I think I will. It's been so much fun.
Mr. Hinderombre?
Senior?
Yeah, where are you going to go to college?
Okay. My name is Garrett Hinderman. I'm going to college at the Davidson Honors College at UM, probably studying cybersecurity. I think the Spanish program is just an invaluable asset to the school, and it's a really valuable skill to have in life. And I also did want to quit, but once you do 1 year, you've already sunk enough time, and you can't really. It's too late. So yeah.
Is coding like a foreign language?
Is with coding?
Coding?
Yeah, pretty similar.
Security?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, in its own way.
There's a connection there.
And my name's Brock Gardapi, by the way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is Dr. Plucker on?
University of Montana DHC. Mark, let's take a picture.
All right. Always a great part of our meeting.
It really, truly is something
Very
else.
cool. It's cool and weird that I've like known some of those kids since they were babies.
What was that?
I've known some of those kids since they
Oh,
were
yeah.
babies, actual babies. All right, we'll move on
Pretty
to
special.
item number 4 on the agenda, a presentation of the Helena Advanced Services Report by Dr. Jonathan Plucker, and I believe, yes, Dr. Alberts, you'll
I'll start us off.
Thank you,
Every year or every other year, we'll find a program that we'll analyze. And so that's part of the strengthening of our district is this year we've selected or we asked that our Gifted Talented Accelerated program be evaluated. And there was a lot of reasons for that, right? There was quite a bit of energy around and discussion around our Gifted and Talented and or advanced accelerated learning. And so really, as we started down this path and tried to answer those questions of what, when, how, and to what degree are we performing, it really became evident that we bring in other individuals that have not only a state but a national perspective around what does it look like. And so that's why you have Dr. Plucker in front of you. He will be with us this evening. We're grateful for the time and the energy and the commitment that he put into assessing our program. And so Dr. Alberts is going to lead us off through this evening and then introduce Dr. Plucker.
Good
Fair
evening.
enough?
Yes, fair enough.
Here we go.
Good evening, trustees. In the packet, you'll notice we included a little bit about the evaluator, Dr. Plucker, online. Again, the purpose of the project was to evaluate Helena Public Schools services to support advanced learning. HPS advanced education has proven to be contentious in recent years, and so with a change in leadership, took on the program a couple years ago, and we've also reduced the program over the past few years. So Jeremy and Christina have joined us in the audience tonight as well, serving over 140 students directly in our district. We want to make sure that we're doing all we can, because as we heard tonight, especially with Miss Cleveland who stood up, we want to make sure we're doing our best for kids. So with that, I think Dr. Plucker, good to see you online. Can you hear us?
Good evening, everyone. Can you
Thanks
hear me?
for joining us. We can. Take it away.
Very good. Good evening, trustees. It's nice to see everyone. I'm not going to make a very long presentation here. You have the report. I want to make sure we have plenty of time to answer any questions you have. My essential findings are that you're doing some things really, really well. You have other parts of your model that you're not really implementing. And I would love to see you kind of balance those out. So you have your PEAK program, you have in-class differentiation, what we often think of as differentiation up, and then you also have acceleration options. PEAK is obviously contentious. That's not news to anyone. Pull-out programs almost always are. I didn't see lots of evidence of differentiation up, and I saw sort of mixed and spotty evidence when it comes to academic acceleration. There are definitely strengths that you have within your system. It's very carefully designed. It's been that way for a quarter century, essentially. You have two very talented, very, very devoted educators who are working in this program. And the actual PEAK curriculum, I thought, was very carefully designed. And it looks like most community members certainly value that aspect of it. But at the same time, I think PEAK's mission needs to be focused a little bit more. I don't see why PEAK still exists at your high school level. There are so few participating students. And yet it takes up a lot of your educators' time. Jeremy, Christina's time. So I think it's especially important that they bring peak down and just focus it on those elementary and middle level grades, and which will free up their time to help with some of those differentiation, acceleration, professional learning things that I think things isn't a very scientific term, professional learning activities that I think your district could certainly focus a little bit more on. Those are kind of the 30,000 foot highlights. I wrote this, but I certainly think it's worth repeating. I talked to a lot of big fans of your program. I talked to some very, very vocal critics. Yet I was surprised at everyone was very even-handed about it. Everyone saw how the program could be improved, and even the most vocal critics certainly voiced that they see tremendous value in meeting the needs of your district's advanced students. Which quite frankly, I don't see that in most districts, even when it is very, very contentious. So I think you've got a really good foundation here. You've got some really talented educators who are just pouring themselves into this program. I just think you need to rebalance and sort of refocus it a little bit. And with that, sort of open it up to questions, any questions I can answer.
Perhaps structurally, Dr. Plucker, that it would be helpful for the board to know. Through the report, there's some recommendations. There's several recommendations, and so we will start using those recommendations for guideposts for us to make those changes as we have the availability and resources and commitment to those resources. So we'll start working through those. We'll literally put a T-chart together and say, this is a recommendation, this is what it looks like in the timeline in which we believe that we can meet those accommodations. And so we'll further this conversation probably through teaching and learning in future months. As we get into the summer, we'll scope this out and then bring it back into the full teaching and learning board as we enter into the 26-27 school year. Quite frankly, we've had Dr. Alberts already had identified some weaknesses and areas in which we could perform better before the report came out. And so I know that some of that work that we've recognized early in starting to make changes. So this report's very helpful with Dr. Plucker's expertise, and then we'll start making those changes as we move forward. Yep.
Okay, can I add one more?
You bet.
Comment there, Rex. I really think you should seriously consider what you're doing with acceleration, especially primarily because you're a cash-strapped district. Most districts are, and acceleration done well doesn't have to cost you any more. It's the same number of students and the same number of teachers. We have seen that at sort of the state level in places like North Carolina, which has really gone in with automatic enrollment, essentially sort of mandatory acceleration within mathematics. Everyone was worried it was going to drive up instructional costs. It's been flat when it comes to math. It takes a lot of work. You really have to plan. But it is sort of a low to minimal cost intervention that we know works so well. I think you'll be surprised both how quickly it works and how much it helps student achievement increase.
We look forward to that. Another housekeeping piece to this topic is that certainly wanted this to become full board here first. We have Taylor Lasser will have this full report on our website immediately following this discussion. So we'll turn it loose this evening. So making sure that in full transparency, we'll have that posted for the public as well. But I wanted trustees to be able to have the opportunity to talk to Dr. Plucker prior to releasing our report. think you have Siobhan. Yep.
Trustee Hathorn, you're online. Why don't you go ahead?
Maybe.
Oh.
Brenda.
Okay. All right.
Come back.
Trustee Armstrong.
Oh, sorry. I was off. Should I keep going or wait?
You can go.
Okay. Anyway, I'm in Alaska right now, so thanks for letting me participate online. I think you already answered my question. I was going to question the balance between focusing on acceleration and differentiation. When I was in the system as an educator, what we had noticed was that our higher end was we were focused on student growth at all levels, and that our higher end was not seeing the level of student growth that most of our others were. But anyway, it sounds like acceleration is cost effective in sort of the recommendation that you give to kind of look for more growth with our higher end kids in reading and math.
Yeah, I definitely think that that would be the first place that I would start. Now, I mean, I don't want it to come across that I'm saying that I didn't see any evidence of acceleration. I saw quite a bit, but it was very much case by case, and it wasn't really systematic. I think making it more systematic is really going to pay off for you.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question that I had, there's been some question about whether boys and girls, gender discrimination has occurred. After reading your report, it sounded like you didn't, that matched up to the numbers that we have enrolled, or close enough probably to be statistically insignificant. But I'm just wondering if that's something that's common to see more boys than girls. I did a little research nationally, and it looked like boys were identified with the testing more than girls. Is that something that is true, or what do you think about that?
I mean, that's the conventional wisdom. I think there's a little to that. I wouldn't make too much out of that, though. I just reviewed a paper that looked at College Board AP data. I think it was 2 million student records. And what the author's conclusion from that study was, in certain content areas, boys had a slight advantage. In others, girls had a slight advantage. You can pretty much guess what those content areas are. In general, in terms of sort of advanced program participation, it really depends on how the program's designed. So I mean, I think it's always a good question to ask. And everyone who shared those concerns with me struck me as very sincerely concerned about that. And so I did look at it carefully. I knew it was going to come up again tonight, so I looked at it again yesterday, and I went through every single data set that I had. If there is a true gender bias there, I just don't see it. I really don't see it. And the pandemic, students identified during the pandemic did show a very strong difference. Difference and bias are not necessarily the same things, right? A very strong difference in favor of boys, but you didn't universally screen that year. As soon as you started universally screening again, in many of those years, there's been a bias towards girls, actually, right? So once you got back to best practices, that like gender sort of blip just disappeared. And that's good. That's why we recommend things like universal screening, is because it does help with, minimize these demographic differences. Regardless of that, though, many of my identification recommendations will help with any sort of bias that leaks its way into your identification system. So even if it is a problem and I'm just not seeing it in these data and I'm missing it, those sort of recommendations and best practices are going to help anyway. So I don't think you have an issue here. I think, finding more entry points, doing universal screening at more grade levels, being a little bit more flexible and inclusive, using combinations of building norms and district norms and national norms. All of those things are going to help with socioeconomic disparities, any gender disparities, et cetera. So I really don't think you have an issue here. If you do, the things that I'm recommending to help with your socioeconomic disparities are going to help with any gender disparities that are there.
Great, thank you. I was very intrigued. I hadn't heard of the percentage of a building. I've done all my work in title schools, but we have some school-wide title schools and have had very few identified students there. So I'm really interested to see that be addressed and implemented, and see what we can do to grab those kids that maybe don't always test perfectly, but have a lot of potential that is hard to recognize.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have a lot of those students based on the data that.
Thank you.
Trustee Armstrong?
Dr. Plucker, I was wondering if you could expand upon, you talked about math acceleration in North Carolina. What does that look like?
Automatic enrollment looks a little bit different in every state that does it. In North Carolina, they use their state test every year, but there are other indicators that school districts can use. And essentially what it is at the end of every school year, students who score in an advanced range on the state tests, other sorts of indicators that they have, are automatically placed in an advanced class the following year. So it's sort of an automatic, it's essentially an automatic acceleration trigger. When North Carolina started it, we were a little bit worried because we knew that several North Carolina districts had never offered an advanced math class, if you can believe that. And we were like, oh my gosh, it's going to cost $1 bazillion. It's going to take them a decade to figure this out. They've never been able to do this before. It took them about a year or two at most. And they've been able to get almost every qualified student into an advanced math class. And so we know it's doable, and it didn't cost them anything extra, which is I think really the thing that sort of surprised most of us. We expected, at the very least, very high teacher sort of retraining, teachers who have not taught advanced math before. Teachers didn't need that much retraining to do it. So it actually ended up being extremely cost efficient too. And we're doing a very big study there now to look at student achievement. All of the evidence that we have thus far is that within about a year and a half of them implementing this law, student math achievement at the advanced level skyrocketed in that state. That's not terribly surprising, right? If you've had a big group of students who are ready for advanced math, who are ready to be challenged, and you finally challenge them for the first time. Students love to be challenged, right? We all love to be challenged. And so it's not surprising that students have sort of reacted positively. We have some data from Washington State that also provides similar evidence. And that's just why I think you should really consider something like automatic enrollment. why not make it as objective as possible and sort of open those doors wide? It could be great for you.
And I'm wondering, does that start in elementary school, or at what point are we starting to advance? Because I know we do that starting in middle school here, but are they doing this in elementary or?
Yes, ma'am. They started in, I believe it's 3rd grade. I don't know what they use. That's a really good question. I'm not sure what they use for qualifying scores with 2nd graders at the end of 2nd grade, since they don't have a state test that young, which you don't either, right? Yours also starts in 3rd grade, I believe. Right. So I'm not. I will actually check on that tonight. I'm not sure what they use, but they do start then. They're going to move it to kindergarten, and they're going to expand it to reading, English, language arts. Texas is all subject areas and all grade levels. We don't have data yet on how well that's working. They've been doing it for, I believe this is the 2nd academic year. We don't have any results from them yet, though.
And so I guess my other question would be, when they let's say you test in 3rd grade, do you go up to the 4th grade class for math, or how do you accomplish this without bringing on additional staff to teach this group of students?
What they found in North Carolina, and they found this in school districts within Texas that were among the first to do this, started about 7 or 8 years ago, I think, if not even longer, is that they were really worried about having like 5 students per grade level who sort of qualified, but no one else, so not enough for a whole class. What those districts, well, one, they actually tended to find many more students than they expected. And then many of these districts then filled in with students who were close to qualifying, but didn't really go over that qualification score. And they found what the research would generally predict, which is that those students who barely didn't qualify at the end of the year were performing just as well as those who had qualified. And so that's another data point that leads to my strong recommendation to be a bit more inclusive about these sorts of things. Much larger percentages of students work above grade level than we normally expect, and I think you see that there. Now, to the main point of your question, how a school does it. I mean, every school does it a little bit differently. Some use cluster grouping. Some set just an advanced math class in every single grade level. Some accelerate students. You've got 3rd graders taking 4th grade math, etc. People do it all sorts of different ways. The good news is the research on all those different ways is positive. And so it's not like there's, oh, if you do it this way, it doesn't work as well. It seems to work really well. This is long as students are getting a more advanced type of instruction. If they're encountering a more advanced curriculum, you do it, doesn't seem to matter, which I think is good news, because it lets every single school sort of figure out what works best in their school with their staff.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Trustee Cletus.
Since we have the peak educators in the room, I would love to hear some of their thoughts on the findings and the recommendations, like what you think is important for us as a board to know, since you guys are the boots on the ground.
Hi, trustees. My name is Jeremy Slade. I've been teaching with the PEAK program for a long time. Hello, Dr. Plucker. Thank you for your findings. We went into this with some trepidation, of course, not knowing what this would look like, but we worked closely with Dr. Plucker for several meetings, I think. And these findings are all really interesting for us as well. Yeah, we agree with almost everything that was said here. It's been difficult. We've been cut down into staff. We're we're 2 people and we're serving the district, so we're doing our best, and we are working really hard with this. But I do think that we have some identification things we can look at. We're already starting to look at some other tests to be explored, just to see if we can get rid of some bias, some potential bias, and hopefully identify more of the students we need to be working with.
Yeah, I would say that we spent actually quite a bit of the year working on revamping our identification process, which was one of the recommendations in here. And so we already started some work on those things. So nothing in the report really was overly surprising. I felt like we agreed with it and thought overall it was pretty reflective of our district.
Yeah. Anything else?
Can I ask a follow-up
Yeah,
question?
sure.
Okay, a follow-up question. So one of the suggestions is to move away from providing advanced, the PEAK program in particular in the high schools. And I'm just curious about whether or not that's going to create more space and time if we become more flexible about allowing more students to participate in the program. Because I know you're stretched really thin and you're doing yeoman service to the whole district. So I'd be curious about your response to that particular recommendation, moving out of the high school and then opening up more opportunities for training some of our teachers with differentiation and maybe creating some more time, space for other students to come into a more flexibly identified opportunity.
That's a great question and a complicated question. As Dr. Plucker said, our high school numbers are very low, and I think the main reason is they're just so busy. There are so many options for them. That's something our district has as a huge strength, is lots of advanced options for those learners, and they're taking advantage of them. Literally every student we serve is taking advantage of honors and AP courses, so we're really glad for them to do that. And our services become a little less important for them as they have so many other options. So as you mentioned, we already have developed some new materials for training teachers, and we'd like to work with teachers in a flexible way. We're talking about PLC meetings. We're talking about getting people together to find out what are their needs, what do they need from us to work on those in-class differentiation models, et cetera. What can we do to serve them? We already do this in an unofficial way already. Lots of teachers come to us and say, you know, I've got this student, what can we do? And we do our best to work with them. But we have some materials planning for next school year to work with that. As far as more students, I'm not sure at the elementary level, we're already quite a bit above best practice for our numbers. But we do, I mean, if the students need to be served, they need to be served. So we will do what we can. I don't know that our identification changes are meant to identify more students. I think we're trying to get honed in on exactly the correct students that actually do have the needs that we provide for. So we're hoping that our new testing procedures will be identifying with more fidelity. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Myers.
Yeah. Dr. Plucker, my name's Keith Meyer, and I started with the Gifted and Talented program probably 30 years ago in this district. And at the time of the development, our philosophy, we were using a model out of the University of Washington and Seattle. But our intent at the high school level was because of the AP course offerings and the advancement offerings in our high schools at the time, that we really focused both on the elementary and then the middle school component. But we also had a staff of 8 individuals when I was working with 13 elementary schools. So I think we're going to need help in helping us design with the model of what's the staffing component that needs to be to service elementary and middle school students. I would agree with you. I believe that our high schools have a prime opportunity for students both in the advanced classes, the AP classes, but also we used to use a system where we could physically, I remember I had a student in an elementary school in 6th grade that his math skills were with both the IQ testing that we're using with the school psychologist, that we couldn't offer enough math for him. And in the what we did is we used the West Side High School, and he started his algebra program and went through the high school at an advanced. So your term of accelerated versus advanced, I'm a little interested in when you look at accelerated versus advanced, because what you describe in advanced in this district, I believe we give opportunities for our students to use advanced classes, especially at the middle school and high school. But when I look at accelerated, to me, I'm looking at a student that may actually bump into the next level or at the end of that level because of their superiority in that subject area. So I'm interested in your terminology, your definition of acceleration versus advanced.
Yeah, that's those are all fantastic points. I also want to address the first point that you started with first, which is that we don't have a lot of research on this, but study after study that goes into schools looking for that differentiation up rarely finds it. If you do find it, it tends to be in AP courses, which are by almost by definition, well, they are by definition accelerated too, right?
Right.
So it's not surprising. I mean, even if you had less busy high school students, and I don't think there's such a thing as a less busy advanced high school student in this country, but if you had that sort of a creature, I still think that their peak numbers would be lower because they would be getting that really challenging, accelerated, differentiated curriculum within those AP and honors courses. I just don't think that peak, when you get to that level, has as much of a value added as it certainly appears to do with the younger students, which is also a point that you made, sir. To me, advanced is everything that we're talking about here. Acceleration is a very specific piece of that falls under that advanced umbrella. When I first started this journey with you, I went to your websites and I really liked your sort of advanced model. It has acceleration, it has in-class differentiation up, it has peak. That's a very well-designed model that I would love to see other districts in this country adopt. The issue that I saw was you're doing pieces of some of that, but you've really kind of moved away from the whole model. Part of it is that you've got 2 educators doing this now, right? You don't have 8, you don't have the 4.8 that you had a few years back. So I think you are going to have to make some tough decisions about where you scale back. But that's why I focused on that, high school area. It's just so few students, but whether it's 4 students or 40 students, your superstar educators still have to go to the high school, right? Like, it's not like, oh, there's just a few of them, so it takes them less time to get there, right? So it still takes a lot of their time. And there's such great resources for all of your other teachers on differentiating up, coming up with those in-class acceleration strategies. So I think I answered every question, sir, except for the exact one that you asked, but I hope I kind of circled it.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate the time and your efforts.
Thank you.
Yes, I also appreciate the willingness of the district to, bring this up, do this review, and thank you very much for your work for us. I'd like to hear just a little bit more, since you have this national perspective, about pull-out programs. And you just said now that seeing these 3 components to our advanced learning model, you feel like is a good model to fly by. Could you just say a little bit more about the peak component of that, the pull-out programs? And I'm just curious, is this a pretty common configuration or not? Yeah, just maybe a little bit about what you see as the benefits and maybe some of the, maybe slightly problematic aspects of the pullout.
Let's just start with the problems, since you kind of teed that up. I don't love pullout programs. I don't love special school models either. And the reason I don't love them, well, one, they used to be very, very, very common. I'd say 70s, 80s, 90s. That was the primary service delivery for advanced learning. We didn't know that much about differentiation up. We didn't even have that term differentiation then, right? Until like the early to mid 90s. We knew that acceleration worked, but it was just not widely used, right? So pull out types of programs were the dominant model. They are considerably less common now because we know about these other options. No one programming choice is perfect, right? That's true for almost any aspect of everything. But the reason why I don't love it is that, well, I mean, practically, they're always politically divisive. You are certainly experiencing that in your district. And the reason why I really don't love them the most, and this is a purely psychological thing, in my personal experience, whenever I go into districts that have stronger pullout, that have a stronger focus on that pullout option, when I talk to people who aren't involved with that pullout option, with that pullout program, and I ask them about differentiation up, how are you using cluster grouping? What does acceleration look like? I often get this like glassy-eyed look where they say, well, no. That's what the pullout program is taking care of. Like there aren't other students with advanced needs in every single classroom, right? And we've done studies at Johns Hopkins where we've looked at national data sets. Every single classroom has advanced students in it, whether you realize it or not, right? A pullout model can never serve enough of those students, I don't. And so the pullout becomes a crutch for everyone else not to have to worry about this. I did not go and interview and observe every single classroom in your school district. My sense, though, is that has happened to you a little bit. It would be surprising if it hadn't, because it happens everywhere. So that's why I don't love them. But here's why dealing with them is so tricky, right? Is that because those services aren't pervasive in all of your schools, right? The students, especially twice exceptional students, who are in that pullout program really depend on those services. And if you get rid of those services, not only is there no guarantee that they'll get them back in the regular school program, it's actually would be surprising if they did, right? So all of a sudden you have these students who do need specific supports and whose families think that they're starting to thrive with those supports. You can't just take those supports out from underneath them and say, oh, this will be taken care of back in the regular school program. Maybe if you like very specifically scaffold those supports in over time, then you probably could eventually move in that direction. That's really hard work. And it takes, in some cases, I've seen districts do it as fast as 2 to 3 years, but it's very, very bumpy. And so it, in some ways, like you're kind of stuck, like getting rid of it solves some problems, but then creates other very significant problems for a number of families. And so it, I get why you have it. There was definitely concern with the people that I was talking to that that the program curriculum is very solid, but that it's being asked to fill in lots of gaps. That maybe it should just focus more on the advanced learning, social, emotional support aspect. Again, I didn't observe classes, so I'm hesitant to do more than share what the impressions people have. But so yeah, that's my 5-minute TED talk on.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yes, Trustee Brandwitcher.
Thank you for being here, Dr. Plucker. My question relates to what you just said. As we look at our T-chart of recommendations, what should we consider in terms of order of rollout as we think about making changes? I'm very concerned that we make sure our twice exceptional students are being served, and also that we don't throw something at our classroom teachers across the district without adequate training and time to do it well. And so what should we consider as we think about order of implementation?
That's a really good question. I mean, you have a strong leadership team within your district. I know that they're thinking about like, how do we phase this stuff in? I think that's the right concern. If I have one caution, I've seen districts in roughly similar positions. Many of them say, okay, there's sort of a better model that we can aspire to. So we're going to start it next year on September 1st. And they go into it whole hog, and then they cannot believe the blowback they have because they got rid of some services, but they haven't, like they're just starting the journey of, better support for in-class differentiation, of better support for acceleration. Like that takes time. You really have to structure it around, in some cases, intensive professional learning. It really does make you rethink how you're offering and scheduling things sometimes. Scaffolding your way into it and being gradual. I know that seems obvious, but it is the rare district that actually approaches it that way. It's normally, oh, okay, we can do better. Let's stop doing everything that we're doing now. That is not a great way to go, because because then you create these huge service gaps. And yeah, it may be a service gap for 2 years for you, doesn't sound like a lot. But for that twice exceptional child, they don't get those 2 years back without, support, right? And so it really sort of shifts this burden on the students. So I don't have great advice for you on what you should tackle first. It feels to me, given what you're already doing at the high school level, which I was really impressed by across the board, you already have like good acceleration options up there. Just making sure that those are really institutionalized, that they're really systematically built at the middle school and also at least the late elementary level. That just feels like low-hanging fruit to me for you. And you could strengthen that up while you have your great educators working with classroom teachers to work on that differentiation up, building everyone's skill set in that area while you refocus peak a little bit. That feels like something in 3 years you can look back and say, wow, look how far we've come here to help these kids. And to help your entire community. But as far as like tomorrow, I would start with this. That's a little bit tricky.
Perhaps a good segue into that question. Great question, Jenny. Dr. Albert, you want to come up and talk about some of the system structures that you're implementing right now? So kind of our next steps. And quite frankly, what Dr. Plucker is talking about is what we've been thinking about now for several weeks. Like, now what? Like, what's the next phase? Because there's causal effects in all the things we do. So perhaps talk about what we're moving on right now.
Absolutely. Thank you again, Dr. Plucker. I think what I can offer and maybe support some of these questions with, like, oh, what are the next steps? What are we implementing? We have taken a really strong look at what systems are already in place. So for example, we do have the WIN model at elementary. Why it's not the systematic acceleration you might be alluding to, Dr. Plucker. I think there's an opportunity within that already existing structure to relook at what acceleration is, and opportunities to also capture students performing below grade level. We've been really focused on strong tier 1 instruction, and I think until we can really make sure that that's in place, it's going to be hard to conceptualize and move forward with, oh, now we're like, what does acceleration look like? What does differentiation look like? So we have already planned out for the summer universal design for learning training, just to kind of set that foundation. What does strong instruction look like for all types of learners? And then I think we can kind of move forward with what does this look like for a student that is advanced need some acceleration options. And what does it look like for our students that are struggling in class? Because our teachers are grappling with both sides of that. It's a diamond, right? They are on the upper end, they're on the lower end, and then we have our students in the middle. Some of the other things that we have in place, we've just almost are done with our Naglieri pilot, which is an alternative to the COGAT assessment. We're going to review that data to look at qualification criteria for program service. We can also use that information at a classroom level to just generally help teachers understand how students are learning, what their skill base are in, and what their strengths are in the classroom. So we have training in place. We're looking next year already at supporting in a different way with Christina and Jeremy, if we move forward with the recommendation to not serve our high school students. And then really looking at our middle school model as well. So there's a lot of pieces that I'm hearing you ask those questions, so I thought it was important to just be like, I think they're there. We just have to really synergize, put them all together, and then move forward.
Yeah, Trustee Armstrong.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because I feel like our philosophy changes as the student is different ages in the district. Like in the elementary, you have peak and it's pull out, and some kids can't handle being away for a day. Other kids absolutely love it, but then less differentiation happens in the individual classroom because you are relying on that. Middle schools, we start to get a little bit of the differentiation with the advanced math class, but it's still very closely held. I mean, it's a very small part of our middle school. And then you get to high school and all of a sudden it like seems to open up, right? So you do have the acceleration, but you have students that wouldn't be picked maybe in middle school, but now they do have an area of passion and they are accelerating in that one path. I'm not completely sure how that reconciles with the funding that we have. But you know, ideally we'd like to bring out the best in each student, and what that is depends on the individual student. And if we can find a way, I feel like the public would be well rewarded when we start testing this, because we're not holding some kids back because we're unable to just reach, 20 some students as they are individually. It's just not feasible. So yeah. I appreciate that we're starting to think about this. I mean, I did have one student that did high school peak because they had a cohort that said you must come back into peak. And I do feel it like Julie Mitchell offered something that no AP class offered. But it was a mindset, and you could bring that into other classes. I mean, you think you could do that. It's how we're referencing it. And I just really appreciate all the work that you've done. And you've been through a lot in the cutting, and I appreciate the district and the parents and the staff all being willing to have honest discussions, because the funding is what it is, right? And I think everyone in this room would like to allocate us some more funding. Fortunately, we don't control that. So I just appreciate the discussion.
Thank you. Trustee Hathorn has a question.
Yes, Trustee Hathorn, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. As far as the implementation and being a bit cautious about jumping in too fast and missing services, because we historically have had a really low number of socioeconomically challenged students, how would you see that being implemented, and at what kind of general time frame?
If you use a combination of building and local norms, like, you're going to have a lot of those students identified now. So that will immediately cause peak to expand, specifically within those schools. That's going to be a huge time, a huge extra time commitment, and especially in those. There's three schools in particular. From the data that I saw, I'm sorry, I don't remember them off the top of my head, which generally have very few students identified. If you're using a combination of national and building level norms, you're going to have those students, and you're going to have to serve them. That does take time. I would kind of start there just for ethical and moral reasons. Like, it's the right thing to do. Like, there are talented students in those schools who aren't getting access to those services. Just by tweaking the norms that you're using, you're going to find a lot of talented kids all of a sudden. That's not the worst place to start. It puts some pressure on you. It puts some pressure on your educators, absolutely. But that's a good pressure to have. And what we only have a handful of studies on this, but the ones we have pretty clearly show that those students who are identified using local norms, building level norms, as opposed to national norms, usually within 2 to 3 years, their teachers can't tell which students were identified with national norms and which were identified with building norms. Those students really do catch up quickly when they're finally provided with those opportunities. That's why we're such big fans of using like local norms. So that would be immediate, and it would definitely stress your system a little bit, but if it's possible to stress your system in the best possible ways, that would be a really good example of that, I think.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other questions? Oh, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I think mine will be kind of on the quicker end, but when I heard Trustee Myers talk about the difference between accelerated versus advanced, and I'm thinking on that high school level where there might be considerations of stepping that back, when we're talking about advanced, would the students who are currently identified in our high schools find somewhat equivalence within the other courses that we offer? Or in these terms, is advanced for our peak students mean something different than advanced for what we would consider our conventional students?
That's a really good question. I see exactly what you're getting at. This is a question for Jeremy and Christina more than me, I think. But are there things that they're doing with peak at the high school level that your high school educators can pick up and work into what you're already doing with their students? That would be my first direction that I would explore, if only because it helps with continuity of services for those single digits of students that are participating at the high school level. But it also drastically increases the odds that other advanced high school students will be able to take advantage of those services, because it's now a shared responsibility across the entire high school team, or across a bigger team there. So it really takes a burden. It takes a lot off of your peak educator's plate, while at the same time has the potential, under their guidance, of helping others at the high school figure out what those extra services were and make sure that they're still being provided in some way. You'll probably end up with many more students benefiting from them at the same time. So it's one of those addition by subtraction things, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens.
Trustee Ryan Butcher.
Yeah, I just had a comment. I just wanted to say thank you again to Jeremy and Christina for all the additional effort you put into it. And I think it's become very evident through this report how much extra work you're doing. And we do not want to burn you out. And so that's something that I want to keep in mind as we move forward with any sort of additional changes. I think we really have an opportunity to be leaders in our state in this area by tackling a hard question and seeking this caliber of a report. And so I just want to say thank you to the district and district leadership and everyone that took additional time to complete this. So thank you.
Thank you. I had a question for you, but I would echo what you said, Trustee. To run a program like this with 2 people, you guys are doing so much. Thank you so much. You kind of touched on this a little bit, Dr. Plucker, when you talked about kind of the sensitivity just around the program, period, full stop. And I'm wondering, honestly, what you think of the name. There's marketing in the name that is.
Yeah, I don't love it.
And yeah.
What? But you know, I mean, when the program was created, yeah, it made perfect sense. This is what everyone did with their programs, right? But it's literally 26 years later. Like rethinking names and labels is, I mean, I think you can get caught in that trap where you're constantly worried about semantics. Like, you don't want to do that either, right? Because that's just a rabbit hole. Yeah, not sure it sends the right message, right? I mean, it doesn't describe what the program does really well, right? Well, the title doesn't describe what it does really well. What would a more descriptive title be? I think that's a fair question. Does it need a fancy title? I don't know. That's a very good question.
Trustee Hathorn,
do you have any mountains in Helena? I don't believe.
Well, I mean, we are.
You've got some hills, right? Some.
Right.
I don't know. It's not like thematic, so.
We could just call it Grassy Plain. See if that changes anything. Trustee Hathorn?
I'll just add to that, not my question, but I'm an old enough educator that it did have an acronym that went with the full program, including pull out for everyone and activities not necessarily related to gifted and talented, but I can't remember what the acronym actually stood for. So there's a little background. Question now this is more of a comment. So, you know, at one point, and this doesn't address Dr. Plucker directly, it's more of a district thing, but you know, we've had times, especially in the elementary district, where we've had up to 100% of our budget in salaries. And so we've gone through that really painful and difficult cutting back and then reinstating. And we cut back music and we reinstated it. We asked our high school teachers to teach 6 out of 7 instead of 5 out of 7 and reinstated it. So if we carefully look at our budget, I think it would be fair to say that we should also look at the cuts we made to our accelerated program, I think we're calling it, and see if it's appropriately staffed.
That's a good point. Anything else?
No,
wait,
thanks.
Wait. Oh, we've got one from a student trustee.
This one first and last, probably. Okay, I just had a quick question. You talked about the mandatory enrollment for the math curriculum and maybe it being based on that standardized testing. So what do the safety nets look like when we have, because we talked about earlier that we might not be recognizing all of our students who should be in that program via the standardized testing. So what do the safety nets and like other kind of protocols look like to make sure that we're recognizing all kids to be in those areas versus just kind of having the same type of thing we have going on right now?
That's a very good question. And one of my great frustrations, I mean, when you come down to it, that is the key question here, right? Is we are so used to, within an American education, for historical reasons, cultural reasons, whatever, we're so used to thinking of talent as a very exclusive thing. What the research has been telling us for, I mean, several decades, but especially the last 15 to 20 years, is that a much bigger percentage of our children are capable of very advanced performance. Yes, you may not have that superstar who's 6 grade levels above in math and is ready to do calculus in 6th grade, while also writing their 3rd novel, right? Like, that's a special child. But like, just students who are ready to work 1 or 2 grade levels above their actual grade level, those students are much more common than we ever thought they were. So our sort of exclusivist perspective on this is really denying opportunity to so many students who would actually benefit from it. One of my concerns, philosophically, politically, what have you, is that I go to other countries where they realized this 15 or 20 years ago, and their advanced programs are much more inclusive, are much more open, and their students are really rising to those challenges. I believe that American students are just as talented as students anywhere else, but we're watching them being outcompeted by students in other countries who are getting advanced opportunities because they don't mind offering advanced math to a third of their students or half of their students. I'm not saying that that's what you should do exactly, but definitely being a little bit more flexible in who needs more, to be sort of colloquial about it. Who needs more? I think there's a much bigger percentage of your students who would thrive if they got more than are currently being served. And that's what a lot of my recommendations were kind of focused on, is to expand it. And by expanding it, that becomes your safety net, is that you're providing a lot of extra opportunities for people. That's why I think your three-pronged approach also works well, because if you miss a student with differentiation, you can pick them up with acceleration. If you miss them with acceleration, you can pick them up with peak. Ideally, all those things would be working in concert. I didn't see that systematically.
Trustee Armstrong.
Dr. Plucker, I have a question for you. So in our elementary schools, it seems that we have a couple different type of classrooms. We have kind of the traditional, we have combined due to student population, and then we have Montessori. Does the variation in the models we offer, do any of those models, would that offer more opportunity for advancing?
So I'm sorry, Trustee Armstrong. I just to clarify, the second type, are you talking like multi-age classrooms?
Yes, yeah, like due to student size and teachers,
Yeah,
so you
sure,
might have 4 or
sure.
5. Yeah.
Sure. Here's what research tells us about multi-age classrooms. They're great for talented students who are in the younger cohort, because the teachers can very easily differentiate and accelerate up because they're doing it for the older students too. But then when you become the older student, it tends to drop off, right? Which makes sense. And so we don't have a lot of research on that, but that's what those studies tell us, is it tends to work out really good for the younger students. It's kind of unofficial differentiation and acceleration, but then you run into that wall the following year. I mean, I'm a big believer in, as someone who studies creativity and innovation, let 1,000 flowers bloom. Like you have different ways of offering instruction at that level, of sort of organizing instruction. I've seen no research that says that one way is a better facilitator than any other, including with Montessori. There are some pluses, there are some drawbacks, right? So I think you can make this work regardless of how you organize grade levels and instruction.
Okay, so you don't, I did not have a child in Montessori, but that is geared towards more letting the child advance, right, as they can in all the different subjects. So you don't see a difference. It seems to me a lot of times that this is actually based upon the expectations that the adults bring to the table for each child, which I think we all kind of, we know that, and sometimes our expectations are defined by our resources, and what we're able to offer. Just like a parent, if you have a lot of children, you can't give the time you would like to give to each child because you're just limited by human factors. So how do you, in this age where, the state of Montana, we just had to go through 3 years of budget cuts. We got ourselves right-sized, and now due to external factors, we're going to have to look at things again because our funding is not keeping up with the rising costs. How we really want to do this? How, are there any? Do you have any resources?
I mean, well, first of all, if this is recorded in case both of my kids see it, I love them both equally, and I give them exactly the same amount of time. Am I under oath? I don't think so. But
you can make this up. It's fine.
Okay, thank you. I would look at acceleration really, really carefully, just because when done well, it can be a low-cost option. I've heard people say that it can actually save you money over the long haul. I think that, in theory, yes. I think the savings is so marginal it doesn't matter, but it doesn't need to be more expensive. But you have to be creative about staffing. You have to be inclusive about who gets into accelerated options. This does not have to cost more. It really doesn't. If you had an extra $100 million, we could design a heck of a program for you. But that does not sound like that's going to happen for you soon. So I'm pretty optimistic that you've got a very fruitful path ahead of you here.
This has been an awesome discussion. Your report was wonderful. Thank you so much for your time, and everyone who participated, everyone who just put the effort in. I totally appreciate it. It gave us a great roadmap moving forward. Thank you so much. I think we have a big night ahead of us. So if there's no more questions, I may just thank you for your time again and move on.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To the superintendent's report.
Did you want to provide, thank you, Madam Chair, public comment?
Well, I thought about that. So we have this isn't an item for a decision. There is not an ordinary place in Robert's rules for public comment on something we're not making a decision about. But right after this, it's going to be a real humdinger of a report. We have general public comment, and I was going to make the note that this was on the agenda, but also kind of not, because it's not something that we're making a decision about. So by all means, come on up and hog your full 3 minutes, maybe 3.5, 4. This is my last meeting, so
And you're Johnny on it today.
there's really no one's going to stop you. So go for it.
Start with that, huh? All right. Well, first of all, thanks to my team and then Dr. Plucker in the amount of work that was put into that in the robust conversation around what this looks like. So recognition, new business, and outreach. I'm going to abbreviate some of this as we've got people in the hallway ready to speak as well. First of all, happy Mother's Day to all of our mothers. I would say that after losing your mom, it really becomes much more endearing to remember those that had such an impact on our lives. As I go through this list, Vigilante Parade, another success. I want to thank, obviously, our facilities team. If they are always the best float in the parade, they're the last float in the parade, and they're picking up all the barriers, right? And they're in their high vis, and this year they were decked out in a couple of electric scooters, by the way. Not only our facilities team that does the work of setting the barriers up and the no parking signs that Mr. McKay and our admin team goes out, but also to recognize those men and women that are our officers of Helen Police Department in doing their work of keeping drivers off of the streets, escorting us through. As I talk to them during the parade day, it's exhausting for them as well. So I want to recognize that our commitment to a good relationship with the city. So thank them. And then there's a host of events. As I was going through the recognitions, this is a really great time. You can ask our 2 student board reps. It's a little busy, right? We've got recognitions, assemblies, state track, tennis, and softball, I believe. Graduation, we got speeches. There's a lot going on. And so in that, when you look at National Something Day, there's a lot of something going on. For that word is Principal's Lunch Hero Day, which again, I'll reference back to my mother. She was a school cook for many, many years. And so those that the Robert Worthies of the world and everybody that works around food nutrition, they are heroes. Teacher Appreciation Day, Teacher Appreciation Month, Nurses Day, Nurses Month, and that's not just school nurses, that's also our community nurses as well. Communication Day, Miss Taylor Lassiter, that's a day of her recognition, but she will not post anything about herself, so we'll say it tonight. Speech Path Day, of course, going in recognitions, Callie Asham again for another good turnout and then having, excuse me, Mr. Meyer helping us out in the Bonds and Brews, and we had TVs this time, and having those videos and looping with our architects has been a nice upgrade. So I want to thank Mr. Myers for his work around that. 105.3, it would be remiss if I didn't go to the KMTX. Jocelyn Carney, Central Elementary Teacher of the Month. And then I'm going to, did you notice how I skipped over one there? Okay, here we go back to the top. Excuse me. The couple of recognitions, actually 4 of them. I'm going to start out, I believe, we're going to start with Mr. Gardapi. So, you want to meet me in the middle? I want to thank Mr. Gardapi. I think your first board meeting was till 11:40. I remember where that was at.
I do.
In the PD Center. I believe we said the shortest board meeting was 6:25. So you lived the gamut.
Exactly.
Yeah. You 2 have served in a really tremendous time. Probably the most impactful year of education that we've had in Hellebuck schools for years and years and hundreds of years. And so you got to serve during that time. And in it, instrumental in your voice, your humor, your logic around, and then helping our seasoned veterans, adults, really see the student perspective. So thank you for your service this year. We very much appreciate you. And there you are.
Thank you.
It's been fun sitting on this side. I can chat with Brock across, but sitting normally next to me. But now we have Sam, so bridging the gap so we're not in trouble all the time, sharing candy. But I'd often say, you got 3 more, you got 2 more, and tonight's your last one. And so, like I said with Brock, you have given reason to the board, you've given perspective. Your last question tonight was powerful. It was a great question. Even you stumped the doctor, John Hopkins, right? We recognize your ability to provide logic and reasoning to this board and to our adults. So with that, this year we have been thankful that you've served and participated fully, and the maturity that you bring to this, to your position, has been noted. Thank you for your work. And Montana State?
Yep, I
yes.
do.
All right.
Bobcats.
We'll hear more about it tonight. Okay. Ms. Cletus. Trustee Cletus, come on up. I don't know if we're calling this a resignation or retirement. Thank you for your service. You too, from 2023, you served a full term, 2026. Thank you for your service. Your dedication around food hunger, students' well-being, mental health, I don't think that's going to go away just because you are retiring from the board. I appreciate your passion, your compassion for students, and you always have had the ability to know what you're doing on this, and behind the placard of that is to do what's best for kids, and that's always been your MO. So we wouldn't want that to go away. You always have an open door with us, and we thank you for your service one more time. Is there anybody else? turned it around. You can stay right there. So this is in honor of our board chair, Cherrywood, and it kind of looks like the colors that you are used to, right?
Seeing red?
Yes.
I see you red from this family.
We've had, through the years, great leadership, and that's not, hasn't gone away with your board leadership. From my experience with Luke and Siobhan, and now you, in serving nearly 6 years in 2020. So you came in under duress, a bug, COVID, a deficit, things that we've gone through, school closures all the way to a facility bond of unlike anything else in Montana. So we appreciate your dedication, your service, your passion, your humor, your quick wit. It's been really an honor to serve as a superintendent with leadership such as you. So thank you for everything you've done to this district.
Thank you, and thanks to everyone who served. It is truly holy work what happens in our schools. It's been beautiful to watch it happen. I've never even used my gavel. Might as well hang on the wall.
You have.
Have I really? I got you down.
Yeah, you got me a couple times. All right, so I'm going to go back to new business and then recognitions. I'll go through that quickly and finish up my superintendent report. I would ask that as you student board reps, as you finish up and have your reports, you might say a few words about how this board and what your experience has meant to you. Also, Trustee Cletus and Board Chair McKee. All right, you might have it. So new business, again, some of this is kind of on repeat because this is really in the spring, and what we're truly doing is figuring out budgets, staffing, as we just heard about, around the operational conversation around our accelerated learning. But there's a lot of work that's being done behind the scenes of figuring our budgets, and Sam and I and our team recognizing what that looks like with a no vote on the levies. And so we want to make sure that we are putting together our budgets in due time and for you to see, but also we know that the deadline is August, and so that we're coming upon that pretty quick. So we will have new board reps in June, and so Mr. McKay and team has started the process, and we'll with our administrative staffs on both sides of town and have interviews, and so there will be new board reps coming at you quickly. We'll introduce those in June. We are also looking at our Rossiter, Broadwater, and special ed director positions, and so those are interviewing and coming up at us here in the next week and a week and a half. So there'll be more information around that. Obviously, facilities bond projects, but I do want to highlight something down here about the third bullet in under bond construction facilities meeting. I have spoken with legal counsel, Megan, to be exact, around naming and sponsorship of new buildings. And so I want to make sure that we have board policy for what that looks like and how to do it. Then we'll build procedures on what that looks like and then have a committee come back together so that we can entertain what that might look like. And I know that there's some intrepidation around what that could be, but we're going to have a committee that will make a recommendation to this board. So start all that out. That has to start at the top with legal counsel and making sure that we have policy that we'll bring to the policy committee. That's going on. CMS, I've beat this to death, but we're still working with our communication management systems and CMS. You've seen them present here, market analysis. When you heard Coach Askin say that that was an unpaid position, that is exactly what we're talking about, is what does it look like for our independents, our administrative matrices, and those coaches stipends that we haven't looked at for years, and it could be up to 20. And so we've Ms. Mizell has done a lot of work with CMS in asking our AA counterparts, what do you do with these positions, and what does that market look like? And so we'll have. It won't be, well, I think it should be. We're going to have science, we'll have data to back up decisions and recommendations to the board. So that's coming at you in the near future. We are looking, again, I want to bring this back up, the focus work around the 26-27 school year, performance indicators, targets that we're going to be assessing, and then making sure our staff knows what the targets and indicators look like. So that's work is coming back. The data dashboard's fully in our vision, and it also has to do with a new website. So the old antiquated website that was very difficult to get to manage, Taylor Lasser, Gary Meyer will have a recommendation for a new website, and it is far more robust, and we'll have a recommendation and or a presentation of what that website will look like and why we're doing that. Again, budget staffing, budget planning, preparation for the 26-27 school year, administrative directors, teachers, support staff, all of that, including peak, gifted and talented, accelerated, all of those positions now need to be evaluated in what we can and can't afford. I think in the recognition, what I didn't put down there because I skipped over the top of it, but I'll say it now, is that I want to thank people for the May 5th, for engaging in the process. Our community spoke. We know where they're at, and we need to make the adjustments moving forward. But that is what happens in this process for school funding, is that the way it's developed, state gives us 3%. That means we get 80% of it. We have to go back and ask taxpayers for the 20%. And if that doesn't work from the operational side, then we need to make adjustments, right? And that also is the case with the tech levy, though that is just not tech, it's into the general fund. So the tech levy fail is eating into our general fund, and we need to make adjustments in the general fund so that we can continue. The tech levy, the tech needs did not go away. Those expenses do not get extinguished. They are still there because we have to run our technology. We were never asking for more computers. We need money to run the equipment that we have, and it's not an option. We have to run it. So the only way that happens is that we have to use that out of the general fund. And so that makes us now have to think about how we're going to run our technology and eat it out of our general fund. Okay, so that's where we're at with the technology and the levies and the work that we're doing, and that all has an impact on where we are with our staffing. Moving forward, again, we're talking about having the AA superintendents, and we'll host them here. Heather Hoyer out of Great Falls, superintendent there, and I are working together to provide the opportunity for AA superintendents, our business managers, and assistant superintendents here in Helena. So that'll be taking place this summer. I want to go back down to outreach. I don't normally have a lot of outreach, but particular, there's about the third bullet down, Carroll College. We've had a really good relationship since 2021-22 with the city of Helena. We meet quarterly with them and it fostered a good relationship. We have not done that with Carroll. And so Dr. Alberts, Mr. McKay, and I went over and met with their executive team at Carroll, had a really great conversation about vision and what could we do together. And then I also got an invite that Mr. McKay, Dr. Alberts got to take the teacher advisory while I went over to the Carroll board and really talked about community connections and community, what's Carroll students and how they help the community, and how we as a public school system can support Carroll as well. Yeah. So it was, I guess that outreach is just that we're starting to foster a better relationship. I don't know if it's better. It wasn't really bad. It was just that we never spoke. And so now we're building those opportunities, and their executive team welcome us to be part of that conversation. By the way, of all high schools in the state of Montana, Helena produces more students to Carroll than any other. And obviously it's in our backyard, but sometimes you find students say, I'm not going to go in my backyard. I want to go somewhere else. But it's nice to know that we do have students. And I would say that probably the expense of living off campus versus living with your mom and dad here in town is now starting to be a driver of where your decisions. We have our Grow Our Own program going on. Teacher advisory, as I said, Dr. Albert, Mr. McKay had pulled that together. I almost stopped with the last one I was attended. I'm also on the board for Helena Food Share. We had our fundraiser, Empty Bowls. And if you haven't had them, it's my first time at Empty Bowls, but it's really, truly the mission, the vision I believe in is around food and relationships and what Helena Food Share does for our community and our students. A really great opportunity. And I'll leave you with a story that a gentleman, an elderly man, he couldn't come to Food Share and shop. And so there was a retired individual that would take food to him every week. And they built this relationship, and I think they would play crib and whatever else that was. But it wasn't just about food. It was just about the relationship. That was on a Wednesday, and Wednesday morning he went over to deliver food and found him deceased, and talked a lot about his heart, about it wasn't food. It wasn't the ability to help somebody with nutrition. It was really about, I think at one point this elderly man said, this place saved my life, and it wasn't necessarily referring to food. So that's something that, as I believe, that I wasn't there last night because I had our own family celebration. my wife's daughter was a graduate at Washington State University for her Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. And so it was really special for Brittany to be able to be a graduate through MSU or for Washington State University. And what she was able to accomplish was our celebration of excellence. But what I get back to is what we had last night with Helena Education Foundation. That wasn't about the X's and O's and about what curriculum is. They're all about relationships and how adults and students connect. And that's what is most important. And so with that, super proud of the work that we're doing in this district, the work that we're going to do with our accelerated, and then looking forward to what's going to take place next year. That's my superintendent report.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for the superintendent?
And by the way, this summer, we are not going to be in here. I think we're going to move to the PD Center. It has air. There's an air conditioning over there. It's pretty warm in here.
It is.
You like that?
Spicy. Picante.
I told you.
Thank you very much for that.
Yep.
We'll move on to general public comment. Is there any online public comment? Anybody jumping in? Any in-person public comment? All right, well, moving on to new business, items for information. The facilities bond project update, and we'll start with Kessler.
Thank you, Gretchen, for being patient. And I assume you got the power that you're dragging behind you.
Got the power.
Good.
Connected. Well, again, I'm Gretchen with Mosaic Architecture, working on the Kessler Elementary School project, and I'm going to try to keep this brief because I know you have a heavy agenda, and I'm just a small part of this. But I just want to thank you for having me back again. Just want to assure you that the process is moving forward and it's moving smoothly. I'll pull Adam up here shortly to talk about the GCCM side of things as well. So many of these slides you've seen before. Again, this is our kind of outline of design delivery, and we have, since the last time I was in front of you, met the SD package deliverable. We delivered a draft final on April 17th, and then we followed up with a final once the GCCM had their chance to do their pricing. We also provided some design updates to the entry, which I'll show you tonight. So that was finalized May 6th, and we're moving now into design development. What that means is we're starting to take a very closer look at all the spaces inside of the building, and also a very concerted effort to coordinate with all of our consultant groups. So this is when all the systems decisions are made. I was in meetings all day long with consultants, making sure that, you know, wall assemblies and floor assemblies and roof assemblies and mechanical, electrical systems are moving forward and headed in the right direction for coordination. Again, this schedule is virtually unchanged. We are still working through the specifics of work that can happen this summer. It looks like we're going to be targeting things that don't require a permit this summer, like new rerouting utilities to the modular, those kinds of things, and then lining up things that do need permitting to be ready in that July, August timeframe so that we can initiate work in the fall. So I'll bring Adam up here to give a little update from the GCCM side too.
Thank you, Gretchen. As Gretchen mentioned, I'm Adam from Golden Eagle Construction. So a little bit of update on what we've been working on since last meeting. We did get to participate in Kessler's Career and College Day that they host at the school, in which our project manager, our superintendent, and our crane operator came in and talked about different opportunities for careers within the construction industry. One of the things we really tried to focus on was the professional aspects and professional, office jobs, if you will, careers that do exist within the construction industry, along with the field opportunities. we kind of concluded that with bringing groups of kids outside, and we had our crane set up, and we moved a glue lam beam from outside the fence to inside. We had them all sign it once it was placed down safely, and then lifted it back out. And crane days are always exciting, so that was fun for the kids to do. Kind of a neat side story from that. A friend of a friend was able to communicate back to us after that their third grade student went home that night and was working in the garage and told her mom that he needed to continue to practice construction because he was going to work for Golden Eagle someday. So that was cool. Other things we've been working on, we did meet with Northwestern Energy on site. As Gretchen mentioned, there's a lot of coordination effort with what can be done this summer to kind of prepare the site for heavy construction, hopefully this fall. We have released our RFPs for the plumbing and HVAC scopes of work. Those are due on the 19th. They'll be reviewed and scored at that point. At a later point, we will release one for the structural steel scope of work, but that is not out at this point. Additionally, we've been working through, kind of continuously provide budget advice, as Gretchen mentioned, different wall assemblies, floor assemblies, roof assemblies, different components within the building. We're continually providing budget advice for that. But with the schematic design deliverable in April did allow us for the first time to kind of step into a major milestone review of the budget, which is the first time we really got to dig in and really get our hands dirty with an overall budget perspective. And happy to report there we're all feeling comfortable to move forward into the design development stage and happy with how things are coming together there. So I'll hand back to Gretchen. Thank you.
You've seen these principles before. Again, I just always put them up here so we remember what our focus is. And I've tried to kind of consolidate what the process looks like, but just to be reminded that there's been a lot of input in this process. We feel like all of the decisions have been very guided by a lot of dialogue from all ages of people. And then a reminder that we've also been very inspired by the context of this school. Kessler School has a very unique site, and we feel like we're trying to capture that and bring that forth as a real theme through the building. And that it's been responsive to site and program. So we've also taken a very practical approach to how to deal with a sloping site and the program elements that need to be accommodated there. So this is a site plan. Again, it looks like the last one you saw, but want to report that we did take this to the city, had our first city site plan review with them. So everything was positive out of that. There's some ongoing discussions about pieces and parts of that, but it's all part of the process and it's moving forward as we would expect. One of the things I did add to this site plan is a discussion with the city about putting in a pedestrian signal at Knight and Granite Street, which seems like a good safety feature. And then a reminder of kind of some of the high-level themes that are coming into the design of the building, these ideas about identifying each learning neighborhood with an ecological community has kind of brought several of our high-level design principles under one umbrella, bringing that idea of natural connections into the building as well as creating a sense of belonging for students. And then I'm going to run through these real quick because you've seen, well, it's going to come quick, I thought. I'm quicker than the slides. Some of those inspirational pieces in terms of how we are pulling in those landscape elements into the design of the building, these limestone cliffs of Mount Helena, the masonry history of this side of town. These have all been inspirations for the materials decisions that went into the exterior of the building. Again, these ecological communities that are coming through and being expressed. This forest one, which is I think comes through in the entry, and I will show you some new imagery of the entry. Again, the form of the building kind of reflecting some of those landscape features around the site. So we did take another look at the entry. One reason is to create a more protected sense of entry, a more prominent, visible entry, and also thinking about people coming around the bend onto Silverette and being able to see prominently the entry. So part of that move, which you can't see in this image necessarily, but you'll see it in the plan, is we made a shift of 10 degrees in the gym in order to open up that view to the entry, and pulled the entry canopy forward. So you'll see that reflected in this view, which looks slightly different than the last one you saw. The rest of the building is unchanged. The footprint's unchanged other than the rotation of the gym. And so that's what this looks like when you come around that bend onto Silverette. You can now see the entry that is forward of the gym, and it was kind of tucked behind in the previous design iteration. So we think that's a positive improvement there, and it's actually helped with some navigating some of the topography along that site as well. And just another view of that, and it will evolve. It'll probably change slightly, but in general, that entry I think is going to be very reflective of this sense of welcome that we're after, that kind of warm wood look. This view along Granite is unchanged. Looking down and then looking up Granite Street, you can see those kind of mild slopes, and this drop-off view on the north is unchanged at this point. And we're diving into interiors now. So you can see on this updated plan that 10-degree rotation of the gym just helped to create that visual into the entry a little bit better. Yep. Yeah, the more light we can get into the north side of the building, the better. we understand that. So just to talk about how we're kicking off design development, our interiors folks with Cushing Terrell led an engagement with our building committee 2 weeks ago now, just to kick off talking about interiors in terms of talking about color and what color does in terms of temperament and the mood and sensibility of a space. So they started off with these kind of high-level goals for interior, again, focusing on what the brand and identity of Kessler is, kind of what we're talking about in terms of developing this sense of natural features and belonging, but also, a focus on making sure that they're durable and sustainable. But this was interesting because they had the group go through an exercise where they were reflecting on words that are identifiable as part of their community identity, and then how words lead into color. So they had already grabbed some of these words from our guiding principles, and then they led this group through looking at kind of groupings of colors and how color temperament can lead to an experience. And so they talked through these kinds of color temperament groupings, and then used some of the words that were coming out of that group to start to identify brand, and then reflect on what kind of emotive responses they want people to have about that brand, and what that means in terms of experiencing a space, and what that means for a temperament of color. And again, that could lead to disaster if you did all of that, but they were very careful about talking about dosage. And I would say our teacher group are very sensitive to this. They very much want to create a very calm environment. So like even when they realized that pop, which is kind of your bright colors, it does reflect these kinds of things that they want, which are unique and lively and curious, but they're like, it just has to be in a small dose. So anyway, that was a really fun exercise. And we're looking forward to working forward with the interiors group with CTA to see how that develops. And then as we move into design development, this is really about, going back to Kessler, doing meeting upon meeting upon meeting to dive into specific spaces. And so we have started discussions about what these learning neighborhoods look like, and making sure that we have visual connections from classrooms into these small group spaces and into collaborative spaces. We're talking about casework. There's been pretty positive reaction to the learning walls at Bryant, so I just have a photo of what those look like up there. We had sliding tackboard and whiteboard with storage behind it, and so the teachers really like it. They want to tweak it to fit Kessler, and so that was the discussion to be had there about how to update that casework. And so we do have a community meeting tomorrow night where we will show the whole schematic design to the public. They haven't seen all those design images yet, so we're excited about that. And then again, continuing forward with these focused meetings on each space, engineering coordination, and continual budget tracking with our GCCM partners. So happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. You mentioned looking at things in Bryant and what's working well and what's not. Have you had an opportunity to look at the other new builds or talk with any of those teachers, lessons learned, that kind of thing?
Yep, we went to, I think I've been at all 3 new schools, including, and Jefferson actually, because Jefferson School is near and dear to people's hearts. I've been in all of them multiple times now. And in fact, one of the focus groups we did this week was on FLS, so I went back to the Central FLS program too to speak with that teacher. So.
I don't mean weird in a negative way, but one of the curiosities of the current Kessler building is that it's hard to find the door. So I truly appreciate just that welcome is part of the ethos from the get-go. And again, like just the idea of thinking of that structure on the west side of town, what a difference it is from where we're at, where those kids are being educated is just so cool. Like every time I see it, it just makes me so happy. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Capitol High.
Can't talk.
You good? Thank you, Jacob.
Swap it over.
You should be able to join. I think if you share, it should share on right.
It's showing not share right now.
Did it come back?
Nope. There we go.
Was it?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for having us yet again. Thank you all for your service and the time that you put in for our community. Good times, bad times, you're here, you're rocks. So we want to thank you all for what you guys do. Tonight's a fun night. It's the last board meeting before the end of school for you guys, I think. So we get to share some fun stuff. Is that right?
We had these the last full board meeting.
Okay. So we have some this is the schedule which you've seen a number of times. It's a little different. We've broken out the packages that we're going to be developing. We are going to be meeting again next Monday and Tuesday with the departments. RTA is coming back out this coming Sunday because there's just a lot going on. There's a lot of changes that are happening right now. We want to have one more opportunity to meet with the staff and the students just to let them know kind of what's happening and what they can expect. And I'll go through a little bit more of that as we proceed through this PowerPoint. So the project phasing that you had started seeing, we're really defining a little closer. We're working with Langlis, which I have John here and Marcus online, I believe. And what that means for this next school year and this summer is that the basement and the first floor have work happening, okay? And so the basement we're abating, we're demolishing, and we're starting renovation starting June. So that whole floor is essentially out of commission for this next school year up until next spring break. But we also need to abate the first floor because come spring break, we need to start moving that next phase of renovation to that level. And because abatement only happens with us in the summers when the kids aren't there, we have some abatement work in that first floor too. So the students and the teachers have said, well, what does that mean for us, right? Like what do we got to do? And so this was a moving plan that we met with the staff. We met with the administrators there, Kathy and Brett and Mick, and we figured out how are all the students out of the lower level, where are they going to all live? Because It's not as many classrooms as the first and second floor, but there's still a lot of impact that happens to them. So on the left is the basement plan. All of the blue areas are going to be gone. Those are active teacher classrooms right now. And so we had to figure out where are we going to move everybody to. On the right is the first floor. This is areas that get impacted because of abatement or other teachers having to move around. And so we were able to meet with them, and we came up with a great plan. We came up with a great moving strategy. There are boxes on site. They have labels that have been printed, and we have a plan of how we're going to get their stuff from each classroom that they're in to the new classrooms. There's a whole nother chart for Todd and his facilities guys of where the stuff is living in the interim, but there's a lot of work that's happening that doesn't look like pretty pictures right now, but it's really important so that people know where they're going. So where are we at from a budget? And we're not going to share numbers, but I will tell you that there are lots of numbers, millions and millions of numbers out there. And we're in the middle of, we've designed the schematic design, which is number one. Cost estimating has happened by Langlis for that schematic design phase. And we know that we need to rein in kind of that design to pull it back into the budget that we have to work with. And that's where it's a two-word, but I think of it as a four-letter word a little bit. The value engineering for architecture is where we really kind of figure out how we're going to get there. And it's really important. It's probably one of the most important parts of a project because we can't build projects out of budget. We then make modifications, and then we get more analysis to figure out if we're back on budget. And this is actually an iterative cycle that goes back and forth. So I'll let John or Marcus talk a little bit to kind of where we're at, but they do have all of their mechanical and plumbing and electrical subcontractors really working to help us figure out what we can do to get this project reined back in. Marcus, I don't know if you're online or you can speak right now, but. Yeah.
You guys hear me all right?
We got you.
Yes.
Awesome. So we've been working back and forth with Jacob and his team on the value engineering side. Currently up to approximately 60 items. So we're kind of batting that back and forth with his team, make sure we're keeping it within what's able to be designed back. The last couple of days, we've been working with our mechanical, electrical, and plumbing contractors, trying to firm up some value engineering items that Jacob and his team have given us the price. As of this morning, we have some pricing back from those crews, and we're going to be meeting here Thursday morning for a few hours to kind of discuss that with Jacob, TD&H, and those crews. From there, Jacob and his team will potentially make any changes to the plan sets as needed.
Thank you. So again, guiding principles are an important part. Everything we do, we weigh against these as much as we can, right, to make sure that we're making the right decisions on behalf of the school and the project itself. And so what does that look like? So this is kind of a real quick understanding of kind of what we're doing, right? So we have to look at areas of, this was the schematic design plans, and we did some really heavy renovation in certain areas. And can we pull that back to more lighter renovation so that we don't have to spend money in those areas, right? We also look at, there's an existing floor over this cafeteria. Is that something we can reuse or not? So we're looking into that. We're also looking into these basement areas, right? These right now, we had tacked in schematic design as being occupiable. But if this can be storage, there's less mechanical that's needed. There's less work that has to happen down in there. So those are kind of areas. So what that looks like in a graphical standpoint, non-pretty, is these are kind of the areas. Now, the whole time we're looking at what is our classroom count? Are we providing the operational spaces that are needed for the school? So that's kind of these numbers that you're seeing, and we're kind of evaluating and vetting everything at the same time. So for the first floor, we do the same thing, right? Instead of heavy renovation, right, we're like going to pull that back. We're also, this music addition has always been kind of an added piece that we felt was a really necessity, but it's also expensive, right? So this will be this will be an additive alternate type of an item where we make sure that the budget is tangible and that we have a viable project, but we also have a list of other items that once we're kind of through the heavy renovation and the concrete's in and we don't see any other unforeseen conditions, these are types of things that we may be able to add back in the future that we're hoping for. We also looked at the locker rooms. They're really expensive to build, right? So what are things we can do to help pull back on some of these heavy expensive areas, and what may that look like? And so what you're going to see is that we're kind of trying to repurpose more of the locker rooms that are there. Instead of rebuilding them upstairs, we're going to look at the weight rooms a little bit differently. We're going to, again, spend less time renovating with new stairs and new openings. We're going to maybe look at window wells that we can get light down into the areas, some lesser expensive ways to do some of these things. But this is where we're at right now, working through these pieces and parts. So on the upstairs, again, the heavy renovation on the north and the west wings, kind of pull that back a little bit, bring it back in line with where the budget can handle. We had this really awesome work area for the staff, but it's kind of an expensive piece with a lot of windows. And so we're also trying to look at, can we pull back on square footages, right? Which you've seen quite a bit from other schools, I'm sure, as well. And then again, these are those 3 locker room areas upstairs that, what might this look like, right? So instead of the locker rooms, if the music can't go there, we need a space for that music because we can't have orchestra in the basement. So that's a huge wrestling room, so that is an opportunity to repurpose some of that space. So putting another music room up there is a really, maybe a potential way that we can resolve that area. It's close to the music. We can build it fairly inexpensively. We're going to still keep a lot of the, the athletics and stuff up there as well too. Again, the wrestling doesn't happen when school's in, so if that's the wrestling room, it's kind of after hours and we don't have to worry so much about it interacting with the music at the same time. And we acoustically can separate that as much as we can. And again, on the left, you're seeing the existing science classrooms and the kind of existing classroom staying the same from a wall and assembly standpoint. There will still be renovation work. There will still be work happening in every space. It's not like we're not doing anything. It's just we're doing less heavy renovation and more kind of mechanical, electrical finishes and not moving full walls and door assemblies. Does that make sense? So these are some of the exterior elevations that you've seen. Again, we didn't add the colors yet. We didn't add the materiality. We're working on those palettes right now, but we wanted to make sure that we were aligned in the budget before we shared with people what this was going to look like, because brick or metal or different materials can cost, widely on what they are. So we don't want to tell people this is what you're getting until we know. So this is kind of still black and white, but very soon you'll see this really coming into new colors. This is kind of the new interior that we were able to share with the staff that you haven't seen. Again, this is the interior heart of the school. We've been tasked with reducing glazing, so this will change a little bit, but you'll see this getting updated and still staying this really grand, beautiful light space. This is that lower level with the openings, which may get affected if we can keep that existing floor in place. And then this is that library space up above. Some new images that the staff has seen. Again, repurposing some of their existing bookcases if we can, maybe refinishing them some, but trying to reutilize as much of that as we can. Existing classrooms, what they might look like. Again, this is that fun undulating window that they have out there that Brett and Rex love so much on the outside. And that's kind of where we're at right now. So there's a ton of work happening, but we've been very busy. And construction is going to start really, really soon.
Questions? Trustee Armstrong?
First of all, thank you, because I know being in the building and renovating is really complicated. I think my question is really kind of for Shane. So as our rep, I assume that this is a very big discussion on how to rein this in. Can you just shed a little light how that works as our representative in this to
So in what context are you thinking?
Well, he talked a lot about, obviously, the cost and rating the stuff.
Oh, yes.
I mean, first of all, that's such a big question. First of all, I set our architect teams out to design buildings that that if we had the money to do it, let's do it right, right? And so I asked them not to under design and then have to come back later if we found we had more money to come back. And so we over design, which happens all the time in construction. You build a house, you want everything you can get it all out on paper, and then look at the budget and say, okay, I can't do that bedroom and I can't do that 4-car garage, but I can do a 3, right? And so or a 2 or no garage. And so once we got to that point, we started to design, say, that value engineering that Jacob is talking about. We start bringing it back into the fold of what the budget allows. At that same time, Shane and I are pulling every lever we can to make sure that we have the budget to do what we said we're going to do when we went out and marketed this. And that means big commons, open spaces, cafeteria, CTE buildings, Aux Gym, all of those had to be part of the conversation. So we wanted those to be designed in the project. The Performing Arts Center, well, that would be really great to have. And until I'm answering your question for you, Shane, but until we come out of the ground and we go vertical and we know what those first set of numbers look like, we are not comfortable saying that's where we're going to put our money because we're not sure what those numbers look like. When we get down the road, year 1.5, 2 years, we'll have a firmer idea what our budgets look like, and we can perhaps move things back into the design that's already out there. As Jacob said, they're alternate bids, and so we can bring those back into the fold if the funds are there after we know what our numbers. But we're so early in 3 years out, we don't know what the world's going to do. We don't know what it looks like. So we've got to get some numbers first, and then we'll go back and add what we have. But it was imperative that we as a team made sure that we had what we told our public we were going to do. And that's the work that Shane and I and Todd and the team has making sure that we have that. What you're seeing is, when Jacob talks about in Slate talking about, we reined it back, it's still a really beautiful building, and every classroom is going to be touched with lights, paint, flooring. We don't know if it's going to be carpet. Maybe we pull it up and just stain that concrete, which would be less expensive, maybe nicer. That's the engineering, the design that what we're looking at. They have a list of 60 items right now, like can we or can we not? Well, let's not until we find out what their numbers look like in 1.5 to 2 years. Shane, you want to add anything?
Yeah, so we're on this budget day in and day out. We're continually reviewing plans, working with Langless. They're sharing numbers with us. We're sharing our numbers, what we see back with them, and trying to make sure that we're in alignment. So there's not a big, if they're really high and we're really low, somebody missed something. So we try to make sure both of our numbers are in alignment without sharing. It's the same process we go through with Tim and his team, and we'll do that as well with Golden Eagle. So it's continual. This is a very tough project, and when Rex is talking about we would add something back in, we haven't taken anything. We are still meeting all the program intent. It would be nice to have that additional space. That space is already accounted for in the design inside of the existing building. Would it be nice to have a little more space for that program? Sure. But right now with our contingency, we got to make sure we got appropriate contingencies. And as we come out of the ground, as we get through footings, foundations, shell package, and get a building closed in, the risk level goes down substantially for contingency, which means we're going to have that we can reallocate back to a piece like that if that's a high priority, which it has been named a high priority from the district standpoint and the rest of the team. But right now, I think it's irresponsible to say, we're definitely getting that. We can't count on it like that, but we still have the space they've done a great job on the design. They're making sure that it fits. There's still going to be the space available. It would be nice to have that extra space. And we'll do that if we actually have the funds with contingency down the road, if we're not, if we don't find a bunch of huge hurdles that we have to jump through and utilize our contingency. So.
I
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I think you're doing great work. It helps us, like, we get asked by members of the community, well, I thought this or whatever, for us to have a better understanding of what's happening, just makes it easier to explain to the community. And I know it's really challenging. I mean, and just kudos. I mean, honestly, there could be so much. I mean, with 3 projects, the fact that this is occurring the way it's occurring in the current environment that we're all operating in with increasing costs, and that we're just not totally in trouble is great. And I appreciate when you explain how you interact and how you're still keeping the original thing. It makes it easier for us to do our job linking to the public.
You bet.
Thank you. Any other questions? I had, oh yeah, trustee.
Thank you. I had the opportunity at the Celebration of Excellence last night to talk to some of the basement dweller capital teachers. And their biggest concern was HVAC and lack of being able to control the temperature in their classroom. Is that something that will be addressed this summer?
Sure.
Like we're going to start
yes.
taking care of
Yeah,
that
so those
right away?
basements, yeah, we're starting with the new systems.
Excellent.
Yeah,
That's great
but
to hear.
it's going to take the 2 years before everybody's on the new systems as well too. So
Yeah, complete system replacement. Yeah.
Yep. And that's something that we're not, I mean, those are things that will be happening, you know, that I think I could speak for all of us. We've been working great together and I mean, I've been on projects where you're like, oh man, this is going to be really hard. And I don't feel like any of us feel like this is where we're at. I mean, there are some decisions that we have to make, but I don't think that anybody's like really scared about making them right now, or that we're not giving the community what they need, right?
We're getting a very nice project. We haven't, when we talk about scaling back, we're not losing anything. We're touching everything in the school. All the classrooms will be touched, all new mechanical, new ceilings, new lighting. I don't see that we're losing anything.
It's just a little different than, yeah.
In fact, I think we're getting quite a bit of added value, to be honest.
I had a couple of questions. I was going to ask you guys the odds of keeping music, but after that wonderful answer, and I appreciate that you're managing our expectations because we're kind of an awful bunch. So it's nice of you to get ahead of us. On the heart of the school, and I recognize those are just, this is probably a silly question, but those are just kind of pictures. But I saw those rectangular old lunchroom tables, and I'm wondering, is that the plan? Was there a different plan on tables? I know this is a small question, but I'm going to ask it.
Yeah, that we actually have an FF&E budget that we established early on for the project. Pretty considerable, knowing that we were going to have a lot of new space. So yes, I believe we'll be able to manage getting new lunch tables.
Sweet, awesome, thanks. Did you want to say something? And then this is one last question, and this is silly, and but I'm going to do it. What the heck? Again, I think it's so smart the way you show us these images without the color on it, because people get all emotional around the color, and I appreciate that we're just seeing it for what it is without building our whole emotional response to the color. But I am not going to be on the board when you show the color, and if there's a time between now and I launch on the Smith 2 weeks, I would go to your office and just take a look. I'm just going to offer that out as an opportunity for both of us.
Don't do it.
Do it. It'll only take an hour and a half.
Well, I promise that when we're ready, we will have a private viewing for you to show the colors.
That's all I ask for. That's all I ask for, dude.
Yep.
Thanks. Any other questions? Oh, Trustee Cletus, do you want to jump in on this private viewing?
Huh?
You can piggyback on this private viewing.
No, I'm good with that. I was just going to give a tip when you talk about managing expectations, what I'm going to miss, because I won't have the same kind of view but when an architect like Jacob talks about the vision of what, we could be doing, all you got to do is look at Shane's face. And that tells you all, that's what I was doing. Jake was like, yeah, we could do this, that, pull this out, bring this in. And then you just glance over at Shane, and then you'll know what's viable. So just wanted to share.
Nice.
I glance at Shane a lot for that same reason.
Anything else from anybody else? Thank you so much. Thanks for, I know it's a small thing, but like that amazing mapping of where everyone is going. And I'm guessing that wasn't made with AI. So my hat is off.
Yeah, there's some brain power that got
That
put
was
into
awesome.
that, but
Well done.
yeah. Thank you.
All right. Helena High. Home of the Bengals. Tiger's Den.
Gonna lead with Tim.
We're going to lead with Tim because Meldrum's going to talk vision, that really expensive
It's
stuff.
safe to say we're gonna lead with Tim.
Yeah, we are going to lead with Tim. Super excited to see what Capital is doing over there. I'm a Capital High graduate, so it's super. I think there's going to be a lot of wow moments, for the community that I'm also a part of. So, but on to Helena High, where Dick himself is a 1969 grad. Let's move there. Construction's getting really real at this point. We're moving on to a schedule where we're going to be able to start June 10th, which is the day after school gets out. Phase 1 bidding is going to commence next week with bids due May 28th to allow us for that June 10th. We are currently working through the design, development, the estimate, and right-sizing the bond funds to the project, and that's going well, where we would expect it to be at this point in the design development portion of the project. We've also competitively selected at this point our mechanical, electrical, and steel subcontractors, so that's gone really well. So we're getting really good numbers back in this design development. Let's talk about the big thing that everybody cares about, temporary parking. So we've worked really hard with Helena College. They've been a great partner on using the parking to the east of the football field, where at one point when we were doing Bryant, we used it as storage. The diocese owned it at that point, but is now in Helena College. They've graciously are allowing us to use that. So we're gaining 300 spots. We're leaving 265 spots at the current school. So that gives us 565 spots. Currently, right now, normal counts per day, we're only using 450 spots. So if you're visiting, I would still come early because it is a little ways off, but there will be enough spots for everybody, I think is key. We did participate in Helena High's Career Day. That was a great opportunity, so we're very thankful for that. And then I think last but not least, because I believe Tim Meldrum will also touch on it, but we're doing a groundbreaking ceremony June 16th at 5:30, and would love to see everybody there. I keep reminding him, but I think Dick Anderson himself is going to speak, so that'll be great. So I appreciate it.
How was Crosstown?
It turned out good. I had to leave before it was over, but it was going well. Always fun. Yeah, as Tim mentioned, the schedule side of this, we'll go through the schedule really quick. We'll talk about District Kitchen, a couple of updates on some of the exterior materials, and then a few more updates on the interior views that we're currently developing, and then kind of where we're at overall. But as Tim mentioned, we're kind of, school out, that date is looming with regard to them mobilizing and really starting to change what that site looks like. And from this top section here is the HHS and PAL project, and we're probably a good 25% into the construction documents right now. This red line is kind of where we're at right now. There's a few nuances to the schedule that have just been adjustments as to coordinating with the contractor, coordinating with the city, coordinating with the district and accessibility and those things. But it's all kind of shaken out in the right way, which is great. The groundbreaking, as Tim said, is a great ceremonial aspect of sort of the significance of this event. I think that is, it's not just going to be a typical gold shovel type of ceremony. I think it'll be a great opportunity for the community to come out and really understand how big a deal this is in our future. This is sort of what I feel like is a 3/4 of a century type of thing that people need to feel thankful for and be able to experience and say that they were there. And that goes for all of these projects, obviously. The district kitchen, we're about June 1st is when we're going to deliver our final documents and get those to the city, get those to the contractor where they can do final bidding and everything. And they've been pricing it along the way, and it seems like we're moving as quick on that one as anything, even though it kind of got a late start. But it came together, and it'll have a same or similar type of it'll be part of the groundbreaking there's will be the same groundbreaking, but it'll actually kind of have its own significance with regard to what that site will start to look like, and a totally different crew that's working on it from Dick Anderson. And then the stadium side of this, we're kind of just looking at same kind of ideas last time. We're really putting a lot of hands and effort on the actual construction documents for both the district kitchen and the high school and PAL. And so a lot of resources, not many of which are able to then convert over to executing the stadium project. But we're actually kind of looming on a plan where once summer hits, I think that we're going to start to be able to take a couple of key people that are experienced at that type of design and start focusing on. It's comforting that we know that we have time for that design, but and it's got its own budget. We got through its part where its influence on the high school project and the building itself was settled, so we can move on, and we'll start that project when we feel like the resources are comfortable or it's more critical. The kitchen, I think you saw this last time. There's not a ton to update here. In general, there's just been some minor adjustments with regard to Helena Fire Department and the access in this parking lot. They like to have access to the building frontage on all sides, so there's just some minor site changes there. The floor plan really hasn't changed a ton, just some small adjustments to address costs, but they were pretty minor, insignificant enough that we don't need to get into them. But again, the Peach area is the production kitchen, pretty complex production kitchen. But it too has to go through that sort of what you were just talking about, that sort of what we would even call sometimes value maximizing. You know, it's that, like, it's a lot easier and more fulfilling and more creative to start with more and kind of see how creative you can get all of it in some fashion, kind of like Shane said. But then, because if you start with less and kind of just keep adding stuff, it actually gets to be a lot more complex process that doesn't necessarily add as much value. There's value to looking at it that way, but more success the other. Generally, what the building is looking like, if you hadn't seen that already, district kitchen wise. And then these are views you have seen, but we're starting to just look at very minor differences with the building committee. We went through with the building committee at Helena High and PAL. We went through some elevation studies where we looked at darker materials on say the metals on the top and the wood look and what color brick. And through a series of, I guess, validation, they kind of landed on what we were originally working on before we really got into that study, if you will. Other than the fact that they kind of like the idea of maybe studying some minor changes with regard to that Helena High maroon maybe, and where can that maybe accent some of the metal siding. And these are real simple studies, simple changes, but that's really what we're at. That's where we're at right now. Everything is getting detailed for construction and bidding. So there's not a whole lot of changes that can happen here, but we do want to be able to look at this to say, like, we want to get it right. We want to make sure that we're understanding, does it say the right things visually? And these are really minor changes, but it's fun to kind of hear their feedback and how critical they want to look at it. So there's some red accents here and there, and some brick changes here and there as well. Interior wise, we hadn't really, these classrooms are all very standard. There's not a whole lot of the innovation really comes in sort of the daylight that we're letting in, and I mean, compared to what they're used to, I guess, and the fact that they're comfortable, but technology-wise, they're going to be a lot different than what they currently have. But now we're at the point now where we're kind of looking at every wall surface. What is the teaching wall really lay out like? What does the back wall really lay out like? How friendly is the room to set up in different furniture settings? And then also just setting expectations with regard to like exposed structure, like you see there. Some of those things are just, we want to make sure that people understand that that's going to be a reality to this. It's just the way the building like this is built. And it just helps them understand, okay, that's the framework of it's just a simple classroom. And then really looking at what some of the colors and finishes might be in the auxiliary gym. Again, some of this might even be dialing up and down the acoustical paneling, the color accents that you see on the walls. Those are probably right now overdone, and they're less and less needed because we have acoustical treatment on the ceiling as part of the structural system. It's a perforated deck, but we also want to understand just how much of that is needed or necessary or even functional, and we'll land on that right amount. And I do think because I'm old and I'm picky, they like to throw in this really ancient basketball hoop in here that will not look like that. There'll be glass backboards. Or maybe that's a joke about maybe Shane, that's what Shane's going to make them probably. And then a lot of the study around the corridor circulation areas is the sort of open concept single-use bathrooms. It's newer in education design, and it was actually quite evaluated by the district with our design team. And this is kind of an open corner where you have these single-use bathrooms, and what do those start to look like? What does the flow start to feel like? It's a different concept, but it was heavily vetted by the district, and we feel like it solves a lot of problems that happen in high school bathrooms. And that is, I would say, even validated by NAC, who has done a lot of this kind of work. They see the full spectrum of how bathroom design happens and the successes or not successes that happen afterward. Little updates on the library images that you've seen. Really the changes are coming from getting more and more precise on wall colors, layouts of furniture, and verification of how much and how many. And then even like some of the wood accents that you see on the ceiling, we're starting to want to study a little bit of like what I think we talked about early on. What are some of the legacy things we can keep from the Helena High School existing building? And some of that is just those glue laminated beams. They're really simple, but from a demolition standpoint, we want to make it as easy as possible on Dick Anderson Construction when they demolish that building, that they can maybe pick out, I don't know, a couple dozen of those beams and clean them up a little bit. And whether we kind of feel like whether they're on the ceiling, which is probably a more expensive version, eye on Shane, and he gets such a bad rap. Or maybe it's just simply, can we create some kind of bench system or even an accent wall that is simply just mounting them vertically in random heights. That way we don't necessarily need to really get into a lot of they need to be this length in order to actually get all the way across the ceiling and structurally be supported. But either way, we're just excited about reusing some of those things to bring some of the old into the new, and bring that character and the warmth in really kind of from the outside that we're doing. Just another view from the other direction. And then some of the highlights, some of the dates. Obviously, tomorrow we're looking at the pricing is actually the design development pricing is currently being reviewed, and then tomorrow the Helena Middle School and Helena High School student councils are going to get to meet with us, and we're going to be able to show them kind of the same presentation and get some feedback and get some of their ideas around how some of the spaces will get used. I think that'll be exciting for them for the middle schoolers to even see some of this update. And then we'll have later in the day tomorrow, we'll have more of a full student engagement where we'll again put up some boards in the hallways at Helena High and just have people just understand what it is their new high school is going to be, especially those freshmen. And that some of the stuff they come up and say is really entertaining with regard to, the older kids are like, well, I won't get to experience this, but they have great feedback. And then some of the younger ones get really excited about, you mean that's what I'm going to have, you know? So at least one of those years. And then there's an additional staff update coming up. We bring as much staff into the little theater as we can, just to make sure that they're fully updated on what they're about to start seeing. And then, as Tim said, bidding and permitting coming soon, mobilization mid-June, and it's going to really start some serious change there. Any questions for me? This is just more a detailed schedule. So,
Trustee Armstrong.
I think the thing I have the hardest time wrapping my mind around is actually the kitchen. When we toured the kitchen at Capitol High, I think in like January, and just the space, I mean, I almost just can't comprehend it. Like, it's just such an incredible change, and it is just so nice to be able to take care of Mr. Worthy after he has spent decades taking care of all our kids. But then my second question is, have you consulted with like Brock, since we're talking about legacy? Like, what about the blankets they've been bringing to the classrooms that they no longer need? Is there a way to?
Yeah. Maybe we can hang those in the auxiliary gym to kind of buffer the sound. No, those are some interesting ideas. And the kitchen, I do agree that it is going to be a very impactfully different space. But even that, you know, so that sort of value maximizing process, and kitchens, these high production kitchens can become super expensive, super fast. And we experienced that when a few things just kind of started to hit the wall. But it also, you know, to have the district's participation in right sizing it and getting good recommendations and better qualification of what is it that we're doing out of this space. Some of it's always like, you're used to this, so anything is better. Well, we want to do better than that. We want to make sure that this is something that is better for the next several decades. But we also realize that we have a set budget. What can we get? What's comparable to what other districts may have? But also, is it maybe good enough to kind of show off a bit? And I think that Robert is the kind of person, as well as the district, is to say, this is a meaningful project that isn't as sexy. It's not as something that you see that is, it's going to be less published, probably less talked about, but it's going to be behind the scenes, I think, a really important aspect of this bond that people are going to feel more than they see, especially the people that work in there.
Yeah.
I just want to make a comment on the restrooms.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's probably something that we just take for granted, right? We just go to the restroom, but I think there's a lot of emotional sensitivity around that space. And so I just, for clarity, single use just means one person goes in, locks the door, uses it, right, and comes out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have a really district-wide issues with how the bathrooms are being utilized by students. And one of the things about having the multi-stall bathrooms, right, is I'm picturing, not being an educator at all, but picturing that you can come in and you can visualize what's happening in that space.
Sure.
With a bathroom that's locked, potentially you could have more than one student going in there and, you know, vaping or whatever, all the stuff that they're doing, and not have any adult knowledge or supervision of what's happening there. So it was interesting that you said that there were studies that were saying this is kind of the direction folks are going, but what are some of the negative impacts that would need to be considered?
Well, I think you mentioned some of them, but so this idea really works well as long as it's sort of monitored in one spot. So a lot of single-use bathrooms kind of get scattered throughout the building, which still exists, but they're in more high traffic areas around admin or public areas. They can be monitored a lot easier. These ones that are more in the academic corners, in the academic wings, by grouping them, it is likely going to be better that we have a lot more visibility on them coming and going. It's even highly visible from some classroom areas with regard to people going in and out. And that's something that we've learned that students just need to be used to that. They're obviously used to going in and out of the bathroom. That's not the problem, as far as I don't want to see people see me going in and out of a bathroom. But it's a little bit more from this standpoint. We do feel like monitoring them is key. That it can't be as successful without a staff improvement action too. And I even through our design process, we learned that, and I think we even just know that through regular design, is that we're never going to solve everything. We're never going to, sort of damper every bad thing that may happen. But through the process of, okay, if you choose this, these are the potential bad things that can happen. If you choose that, these are the potential bad things that can happen. But they also focused on what does it solve from an administrative standpoint? How are we set up to administer this and how to oversee it? And this one fit the best according to that process. Diagrammatically, I think it feels way different, but at the same time, the fact that they're grouped together, I think, helps a lot.
Trustee McLeod.
I'm actually seeing the positive for the single-use bathroom. I think it's going to make going to the bathroom safer for a lot of kids.
Yeah.
I know that when I was talking to Josh months ago of the ongoing vaping issue and, administrators not having the bandwidth to police those areas. And so if you have a bunch of kids in the bathroom, but one's vaping, but they all get called in to figure out who it is that is actually vaping. And I know my own kid and her cousins and her friends have avoided the bathrooms historically.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know if we have the money for this or whatnot, but I know when Josh was talking about other schools, he talked about there being detectors.
Yep, vape detectors.
In those single-use bathrooms, because then,
Well, we are hoping that the technology improves with those, but they're also right now they seem to be kind of they're always going off kind of regard. There's a lot of false alarms and those kind of things. Yeah, they're tough to rely on, but I do feel like that's something that we're going to see improve over the years, and that's something we can always install later or improve later.
Yeah.
But I think that's a really important aspect of this, the benefits of less bullying situations and those kinds of things that will happen in this situation. But it's hard to predict exactly how all of this plays out. But I do feel like I really got to hand it to the process that for a while we focused on this a lot more than anything else that we were focusing on. There were some key meetings just on this, and Josh, from the very beginning, was we will have this process and we will get this right, and we will learn exactly what this needs to be. So I really feel like it was deeply thought out with a lot of options.
Yeah. Mr. Gardapi.
I just kind of wanted to share my experience with this. So I think honestly, this might there's no perfect solution to this problem because there's so many problems that come with it. But I think we're hitting it as close as we can, because the main problem I see and hear most of the time is students walking into the bathroom. There's a group of kids in there, and it's not necessarily they're getting bullied, but it's just kind of awkward when they're in there as a group and stuff, especially vaping, and it's just you're trying to use the bathroom and yet you kind of feel like the awkward one in there. So with these private stalls and stuff like that, it definitely you have a comfort. Obviously there's going to be people that are going to need to get punished for doing wrong things in there, obviously, but it keeps teachers from having to stand in bathrooms, which was we have leadership meetings, and we are constantly talking about how can we fix this problem, and kids are saying, oh, just have the teacher stand in the bathrooms. They don't want to do that. And so I think this is definitely the best way to have them have their own stall, have their own privacy. And then also if there are kids getting in trouble, it's not you're there with them. So it's hard, but I really do like this idea that they presented.
Yeah. And they even just sort of that half wall by sort of, creating space. So it delineates hallway circulation versus bathroom circulation, but yet the visibility to see who's in and out of those spaces is the very thing that I think Brock is talking about, is that we can police that better even from a bit of a distance if we wanted to, or security cameras and that kind of thing.
Yeah, please.
And then also just thinking about our transgender youth, feeling sick when you talk about the bullying and the targeting of our transgender youth in our district and state and nationwide. I think this is definitely going to give them peace of mind just to use a bathroom. So thank you.
So then I just want to say, one of the things that I kind of hear also with my daughter and friends, right, is they know what bathrooms to avoid. So they've nailed it down to one bathroom that they can
Mhm.
use during their class period. So I do like this, and I think everyone has made really great points on the advantages to having it designed this way. So it doesn't have to be elaborated at all, but are we also considering something similar for capital then? Okay, thank you.
And that actually was, a significant part of the conversation when Josh had brought it up, was whatever we do here is what we're going to do at Capitol. Yep.
Yeah.
Are the sinks in these individual bathrooms, or is it like a trough style? Like we have-
Outside.
Okay.
Yep.
That's smart.
Yeah, so against that wall, on the other side of that half wall. Which is another aspect of wrongdoing, by moving that outward, it's a lot more visible and it avoids a lot of issues that people may be doing less swimming.
I think it's super smart. I mean, touching on all the things, but like going to the sociality of relieving yourself is something that no one wants.
Right.
For any reason. There's not any person of any persuasion who wants that.
Yeah.
And eliminating it is such a good idea. And I also like putting the sinks outside. I mean, I notice at like our highway rest stops are doing the same thing. Like this is not some avant-garde progressive concern.
Yeah.
And putting the sinks outside, like I do notice that like where there's congestions in bathrooms, it's just another reason to like bogart the bathroom if there's a sink in there, and this probably just makes it like faster and just more efficient and smart, and like maybe even take a mirror out. I mean, I'm not trying to be cruel, but like just giving people less reason to hang out in there like helps people move through.
It was some of the stuff that was brought up by the consultants, by NAC, has got all this experience with all these high schools and a lot of post-occupancy data around it. That kind of stuff came up a lot. It was less about what we as a group really prefer even.
Right.
That was important to hear, but by all means it was good to hear somebody say we had several groups want that or got that, but it didn't work out for these reasons, or the reverse, And so I feel like at some point humans are going to decide how well this works or not.
Right.
But this is based on data and decision making in the past, which it helps validate the discussions that were had.
I mean, I think humans have already figured it out. Like, we don't do this in our homes,
Right,
We don't invite the whole family in to be separated from each other by flimsy little partitions.
Right, yeah.
While we're going to the bathroom. Like,
Yeah.
we've already figured this out.
And again, that's
Except
one
for
of
your dog.
It's one of the downfalls is cleanability of
I mean,
this.
in the outhouse era, we had it nailed.
Yep, clean.
I think the other part too that was a consideration. But these are expensive. These are more expensive. So it was a consideration as we went through this, is that we need to price these out. I think it was really important to have NAC, that they've run through this in the Washington area. They've built a lot of these, but we're not doing it throughout the entire school. You'll see the more communal areas down and by the gym, performing arts, and that's what our public come to expect. I don't think that would be appropriate for us to have single use throughout the entire building. So really where students are going to be, and then having sight lines, being able to monitor who's coming in and out, makes a lot of sense to us. So I think it was a great compromise.
Yep, that's a good point. So down in the public areas, they will be more traditional bathroom layouts, with a couple of single-use options for the public.
Any other comments, questions? Awesome work as usual. Love it. Yep. Love Helena High.
Delaney,
Yeah.
did you have your head? Did you have anything? Oh, I just wanted. Okay. Same thing. Oh, that's right.
Thank you.
Speaking of bathrooming, do we want to take a little biology?
Let's do.
All right, let's be back in 5 to 10 minutes.
Thank you, architect team.
That felt great. Thanks for obliging me. Helena Public Schools baseball program update for 26-27.
I'll get us going
Take your
here.
time. He'll cue you up.
Oh, maybe.
No, we're in no rush.
You
We're
start,
in no rush.
she never starts on time.
Tonight's been a crazy night.
It has really.
A lot happened.
I was just thinking from their 2020 start to your last conversation around bathrooms. That's how you're going to end this thing.
Yes. There was a whole conversation about rerouting the sewer line under the Kessler. Do you remember that?
Well, you had to. Oh, that's right. Let's not start there.
It was.
That
It's
that
gravity driven.
Should I? That.
Remember that?
That went
was
south.
a great
Let's just
convo.
leave it at that.
That was the people's business.
All right. Where do we start this? High school baseball update. So I believe that when we discussed and brought forward in your approval for girls flag football, we also introduced the idea in the notion that high school baseball wasn't soon afterwards or going to follow. I purposely really wanted this conversation to happen after we knew the fate of the levies. For a lot of reasons, I didn't want people to feel like we were trying to pass a baseball levy, and that's not what this was about. It was really the focus about technology and the general fund for activities. So I'm going to run through this. We have our athletic director standing there on 4 legs, and we are going to three, but I've seen you put weight on that other one. I'm gonna lead through this, and Eric can have some time also to help clarify some. But I'm going to run through this. This is not, this is information, right? So you have questions and whatnot, but I really want to introduce it, and I'm going to bring it back with your blessing. I'm bringing it back in June for approval. And so this is simply, at this point, information so that you can have enough intel so that you can ask appropriate questions and or any questions you might have through the next series of weeks and then leading up to our June board meeting. So here we go. So high school baseball, we said this before, and I'm going to run through some of this. Some of it is self-explanatory. Some of it you already know, but I'm going to do it anyway because Eric put the PowerPoint together. I'm going to read it. So currently we have 16 AA schools in Montana. 14 are playing baseball. The other 2 that are not is Capital and Helena High. I'm going to tell you a little bit about that. I see that we have some parents sitting in the stand or in the crowd that I may pull up for public comment a little bit later or to add to this. The only 2 that does not is as I said, are 2 here. Why is that significant? I'm not into this thing. Well, everybody else is doing it. We should. That's not necessarily it. That's part of it. But our kids are at a disadvantage by not having high school baseball. What that does to our community and what that does to our families is that now you will see and testify that our parents don't have the same schedule that the rest of the AA parents have. And so they're finding themselves traveling to Wyoming and Washington because the competition no longer resides back in Montana. Good, bad, or otherwise, that is the fact of the matter, and that's what our parents and our students are doing, is hitting the road and going other places because the number of students that the number of athletes that they can compete against or teams that they can compete against don't exist any longer because they're all playing high school sports and not Legion. So they're out on the road. So that's one. Obviously, what we talked about earlier in my testimony early at the superintendent report is that I have always made a point in my career to have opportunity for students to build a connection with their school. And so that's through, as we have over and over and over again at the beginning of every board meeting, there has been a student that's built a connection with one of their coaches, and it's the reason why they want to come to school. 9 out of 10 times, students want to be here for the connection of who they have as an adult or the coach, the backstage ninja, the attorneys that they connect with mock trial. Something that makes them want to be at school, and that's one thing that we are lacking that others in our region have is baseball, and we haven't done that yet. So that's just one more opportunity for our students to want to come to school that may not. It's the same thing that you'll find with girls flag football, and I don't know if I said this last month. The fastest growing high school sport in the nation is girls flag football. What they're finding in girls flag football is the first time ever coming out for a high school event or sport. A lot of times you'll see a volleyball player come out, or sometimes you'll have a soccer person that'll come out for flag football. But what we find with flag football and girls is that they've never participated in a sport before, and it's their very first time. And that's important for the simple fact that when you look at our proportionality rates with Ridgeway and Title IX, it's not that Mr. Welts or Rex was a basketball player and a soccer player. I only count for one. I'm one of that formula. And so when we get new athletes to our events or our schedules, then that means that's an additional athlete that's counted for Ridgeway or Title IX. That's super important for us. But going back to the baseball, you'll hear that we are traveling a lot and our families are disadvantaged, and that there's a few known losses to East Helena, and not that should always be our drive, but that East Helena does have baseball, and so we have some of our students going over there participating, and I'd like to keep all of it over here as much as we possibly can. Research supports this, and you know this, it reduces anxiety, depression. I talk a lot about the celebration of excellence, and what all that means is that the connection with an adult, and that's what Eric has here. More importantly, the coaches. When I say coaches, it's not necessarily in athletics. It's also speech and debate. It's drama. It's music. Whatever that connection is for a high school student or a middle school student to come, that's why we want them here. And we haven't fully exercised every opportunity. Baseball does that for us. Currently, we have one more girls sport than we have, and that's excluding girls flag football, right? We have one more female sport than we have boys sport. So bringing baseball on would equal both of those. We have one less male sport in the spring, right? You have tennis, boys and girls. You have track, boys and girls. Then you have softball in the spring. Bringing baseball, and then we'd have 3 and 3 on both sides for spring sports. Part of the Title IX Ridgeway is that, so we want to be in, not out of compliance around Title IX and the Ridgeway settlement. In that, there was a 3-pronged approach to validate that you are in compliance with Title IX. One of those is that you have to have a student survey. Eric has done his due diligence and sending out the survey. We talked a little bit about it before, and finding out what students are interested in, males. Second, in the spring, comes out at 38%, they would like to play baseball. Right, and we talk a little bit less than or what that looks like in priorities, but 38% of our students would like to play spring sports or baseball. That alone, that survey, settles our 3-pronged approach. But more importantly, if you turn that next page where there's a guy holding the baseball, Title IX 3-pronged test, of those 3, you have to meet one of those needs. So bringing on high school baseball does not jeopardize our Title IX eligibility. Right? It actually helps us. Again, girls flag football is an emerging sport. It doesn't count against us or for us. It helps our participation numbers, but it doesn't hurt us with the number of sports. So without flag football, we still have one more female sport, and bringing in baseball then we'll have same number of sports across the high school district. But the proportionality, we're going to be off a little. That does not kick us into an eligibility with Title IX, right? Because then you have to fit one of the other 2. Are we doing that? And you'll see the second and third prong are what we are doing. We surveyed, and we're doing all that we can to meet the needs of our survey, such as, are you interested in girls wrestling? The answer was yes, and so we implemented girls wrestling. And so that was you would talk to Brian Michelotti, Scott Wilson, Kip. They would all say that you are meeting your needs or your requirements for Title IX and the Ridgeway settlement. So I'm not necessarily worried about adding baseball and having a Title IX complaint against us. So we meet 1 or 2 of the 3-pronged approach, so that concern is alleviated. And then what we have here before you is that, obviously the things higher GPAs, higher attendance rates, less depression, more connection to their schools. And so obviously the more activities that we can provide or opportunity for our students, the better our students are. So that's what this slide is telling you. Again, I go back to the fact that it's having a student athlete that's going to have an adult connection that has the ability as an adult, as we all coached, would say, I need you to get to school. I need you to pay attention in class. I need you to make sure that you're doing your best, right? That's that adult connections that we have as coaches across our high school district. That's one advantage. So let's talk about numbers, and I think that's probably where most of our concerns lie. Unlike the Atlanta Falcons that have a startup contingency for flag football, baseball does not. And so where does that come from? I did reach out to our community and asked if they would be willing to help offset the cost of our startup. And so Brian Solon is sitting over here. You might see him before because he's with Amoresco, but he's also a baseball parent. And there is a contingent of baseball parents that said, we will help. If it's going to cost $150,000 or $134,000, we will raise that money for your first year startup cost and first year of operations, as long as the district takes it over second year. So that was a fair deal. And so if you were able to do that, I said, I will ask our board to put us in that position to move forward if we have startup costs covered. That's a considerable amount of money to start us up. It's different than flag football because there's less equipment, baseball bats and bases, equipment, helmets. There's just it's a higher startup fee. So they are working on that. And I'm happy to report that they're doing really well with that. But we won't know that until June of what that number looks like. Right? And so we'll work with a local agency here that's a nonprofit that they can then move their money to that and then donate it back to the school district for those startup fees. And then the ongoing cost is nearly $70,000. And I'm working with the city. We have the opportunity to not have to build our own baseball park. We could work with Legion. Legion leases that from the city. Kendrick Field is probably the nicest in the state. I'm going to work with our city to see if they would help offset the rental fee per year so that Legion and the high school doesn't have to pay that full cost if they would call it sunset or holiday those expenses, and maybe we can drive those prices even further down. So the operational cost right now is about $70,000 a year, which is very comparable to what you'll see soccer would be, because we have to rent those fields from there's by Costco, Northwest Park, I believe, and we do that with tennis and softball. So we lease those from the city, but if we can knock the cost down and then just work with Legion so that we can use their equipment, some of their equipment that they have stored down there, then that cost would be anywhere from $17,000 to $20,000. And so on that last page, you'll see where it's at. We have estimated startup costs that would get covered, yearly equipment, bus costs, motels, officials, coachings, and field rentals. If that $20,000 we can reduce a little with the working in cooperation with the city, that'll help run those operational costs even lower. Yearly operational costs with the first year startup fee covered. Mr. Peterson, did I miss anything?
No, I think you covered it pretty well. I think the biggest thing is what's different about this and the flag football is this is more of the Ridgeway settlement versus the Title IX. We're covered, like Superintendent Welch said about that, as far as Title IX goes. This is more hitting the Ridgeway. We're down a sport and going from that perspective there. So, and then just given the student survey, I mean, that wasn't. We had no agenda with that, and the fact that, it hadn't been done before for the last, I don't know when the last student survey was given. So that's why we wanted to do that. And so we're not creating a demand, we're responding to an existing demand. And I just think that, it's important for our kids to have that opportunity.
Kids, males that are participating in our baseball
baseball, can they still then participate in the Legion program?
Yes, yeah, so the Legion program won't start until after the high school baseball season is over. That's why our current Legion program has to be traveling to Wyoming and playing Wyoming teams, because we're the only AA schools that don't have high school baseball right now.
The Legion then wouldn't start.
Correct, until after school's out, yep, or until after the state tournament.
Yeah, it would be the spring following the same as maybe tennis.
Mhm. Yep, same season, yep, same timeline. State tournaments, same time, yep.
Is this our question and answer period? Okay, awesome. So just to let you guys know, I am really supportive of having baseball. We've seen some of the struggles of trying to utilize those fields on a Saturday and all of the different teams, because you're talking about littles all the way up through the high school ages and stuff. So I'm really glad that we're considering this. Just, of course, from my perspective as a board member, making sure that the numbers financially make sense. What fund, is this coming out of the general fund?
All of our activities come out of the general fund. Then we line item those into activities. All right, so Eric, in his Montana High School Association and all the responsibilities that come out of that, we carve that out of general fund back into his activity fund.
So then is the expected 70,000-ish, what is that taking away from, right? Because now we're having to dig into that same fund to help supplement all the technology revenue that we don't now have, and other things. And we heard a nice long conversation about the PEAK program earlier, and not having that staff the way that we would hope to, and things like that. So I would just say that that's a concern for me, because we always have competing priorities, but this isn't a priority we have established yet.
So, great question. People always say, hey, great question. So that's an appropriate question. Let's go back. Your high school fund is better than your elementary, right? We were living in the black in the high school fund. In the elementary, we're not. This is not an elementary fund discussion. This is your high school fund, and though it'll still be tight, we also know that had this resided in your elementary district, it would be far different conversation. I'm more confident in your high school budget than I am your elementary, right?
And that accounts for the having to now supplement, well, I guess not now, right? We always had with the whole tech piece and stuff. I mean, so just even considering the high school, I think, what percentage, because I'm trying to move us in a way that we don't have to go back to 6, 7, and some of the other things that we ended up running into by establishing this program.
So am I.
Yeah, no, and I know everyone is, right, we're all want, of course, what's best for our students, and baseball for some of our students is what's best.
Yeah.
So I understand that too.
This would be also, as you think about that question, this is also 2 teams on the west side, 2 teams. So this is 4 teams total for this. It's not.
This is an all-inclusive cost, right?
Yes.
For both.
For both, yeah. Both JV varsity, 4 teams for the startup and operation.
And stuff that also go along with that. Compared to football, I think I have a 2-part question with that. If we know the numbers, right, Eric?
It's probably football's probably operating cost is about 115-ish, I think. So it's by far our biggest operating cost.
Put that in perspective.
Our expensive, that doesn't include what they do for fundraising and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can break that down. Also, I think when we put a number out that football is going to be 115 to 120, you also divide that by the number of participants, and that's a very large number of athletes versus the cost. And so, but it is inexpensive. Your helmets are unbelievable. Your pads are unbelievable, right? But we're not renting facilities. And so we'd have to put that in probably a perspective of what's the field cost, what's the equipment cost, what's the coaches and the umpires as well, or judges.
I think this is a follow-up or building on what Jen is talking about. I guess I'm wondering, would there be a way for us to see here, and I'm thinking about the high school budget, here's what baseball would cost, here are what some of the other things that we've been talking about wanting to also include. I'm thinking about, for instance, maybe a TOSA in the high schools. I don't know exactly what our list of wishes are at this particular point. And like Jen, I would love to offer baseball also for our students, because I agree with all of what's been said here about the positive impact. But given the fact that we may have to be making some tough choices, I think what I'm just thinking right now is I would like to know what I'm choosing among, as we're considering this decision. I'm not exactly sure how you could bring that to us, but I don't know, maybe giving us kind of an idea about these are the things we've been thinking about. Baseball is here, but here are some other things, and also all within that high school budget conversation.
We talked in budget today, and you're going to go over some of the increases that we're going to expect in terms of utilities and that kind of stuff. And we definitely talked about just how supplies have gone from like 38,000 in 2016 to, I think it was 128,000 in 2024. And so I think we all want to do this, but we need more reassurance because we did not pass the operational levy, which means the state can give us a max of 3%, but they require the local population to fund some of that. That's state law.
That was in the elementary district.
Just in the elementary.
Yep,
We didn't run one.
We didn't run one in the high school.
But in the past, we have used the high school to offset the elementary, right? We went through 3 years of budget cuts to get us to the point where, like, we have, I think, 11% left in the high school, and that's great. We're concerned, knowing that inflation is 3.8% and that we're going to see an under 3% increase. We're just really nervous before we commit to any. I think we're all Americans. We're going to hold our dollars, but we want to do it. And, I work with people. Baseball is very important to them, and it is actually very reassuring to hear like the local community wants to step up and help out. But I don't want to commit to something and then in a couple of years.
That's why this is an item for information, and then the information the questions you have now, you can ask, and we'll bring back that information before June.
Perfect. And I know you guys will flesh out the budget more, but we're just, it's like we're doing everything, I think, pretty darn well within the district. It's the external factors, I think, that worry us about whether or not, and and like tonight, like they talked about mock trial, and he'd like to receive a stipend. Now, I'd like to give him a stipend.
We're working on that too.
I know you are.
It's part of our budget that we're working on right now. That's part of it.
I know you do magic. I'm concerned about things that you can only make so much magic from the money tree. You've been very creative. You've been very creative for 3 years. We just want to make sure that we're going to put you through the ringer before we bless it. That's really it. I think we just need more.
I'm confident that we can do this.
Okay. Well, because I think, kind of to your point, we don't want to start a program that we then can't, right? Because we're not going to then stop it. Yeah. We just, realistically, we're not. Once it gets started, it started. And I know that, when we're talking about equity and stuff, we have other teams, we have other money that we're, funneling through all of those, but they have been well established. And not that we should never look at this ever again, but I think timing is a part of some of the conversation that we're talking about too, especially when we're trying to figure out like what is everything mostly is out on the table, and then where do we want to make sure that we're putting that money. My next question would be though, for the baseball families, at least from who we know about, I know we can't capture everybody, but are they playing other sports currently?
Probably. Yeah, they're probably athletes that
Yeah, they're multi-sport athletes. I mean, we've got two parents here right now that can attest to that for, so.
Anymore, kind of when I was coaching that students were running 2-3 sports, sometimes more. And there was this era through the late 1900s, 2000, 2010, that students started isolating themselves into one sport, and then collegiate coaches are starting to tell those people that that's not your best interest. Like, you really need to be a 3-sport athlete if you're going to get to college. And so I see that now the swing is starting to come back, where our student athletes are engaging in more. It's probably a tough one to answer. I think there was a time where I'm just going to practice and be a gymnast. And that hasn't always been the advice from collegiate, if that's your aspiration. And certainly from a school district perspective or a parent, I wanted my kids in as many different events. I mean, that's from music to drama to sports. So I want them involved.
So with the other AAs who have established programs, which sounds like it's all of them, how long, I mean, because baseball in modern world, I mean, it's only been a few years, right, since it's been officially recognized?
2022, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that means that the other programs have been only established either 2022 or moving forward, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Did they all kind of ramp up about the same time, or how was that?
Not
phased?
necessarily. They all kind of came in. There was 2 or 3 AAs, and then there was a holdout of some, and then another couple came in. I think Belgrade was just last month that finally entered. So a trickle effect. Certainly when we were going through our $6 million deficit, we were not entertaining bringing that on. But as you said, we've right-sized and we've been back into a stable place now. The other interesting piece around Helen Public Schools is that we have not invested in our activities. Particular, it's been 20 years since we've addressed our coaching stipends, and you've heard that tonight. We haven't invested in it because we invested in other things. We chose to put it somewhere else. We haven't, I don't think Eric and Tim McMahon would say that we have not addressed their budget for over 20 years, probably 15. We have not increased that, although inflation has hit that same place. So we're still sitting about $115,000, where, other districts are probably seeing that run 175 to 225. And we haven't put money in there either. So we haven't paid attention to it because we've wanted to put it somewhere else. And so it tells you the mentality and where we're at around activities and athletics, and our teachers and our coaches have just keep doing it because that's what they do. But from our CMS report, we have found that we're significantly behind in just paying our coaches and addressing the ones that haven't been paid. So those are all factors that Sam and I have starting to build into the budget in consideration to the $70,000 a year for added baseball in consideration. So when you ask what else are we doing or what we're leaving out, I'm trying not to leave out anything. I want to do it all. But I want to make sure that we're able to do that too, not put us in a position that we have to go backwards. So when you ask those questions, I'm thinking those as well. That's why we're here tonight. And then we can bring it back to you and say, here is the full menu, and this is what we're going to move forward with.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful for me. And if we're able to, I don't know what we can kind of derive from the feedback that we received, but roughly how many students are we talking about that would participate in this program? Are we able to somehow kind of put together, like, who could we possibly bring back into the district? Like, if we know there are families who've went to East Helena or some of these other locations, for that, or even decide to homeschool so they can travel more. All of those different factors would be really important for me to have, because when we're talking about the 115 for football, I mean, you guys are right. Like, how many kids does that service from freshman to senior? It's quite a bit.
I think your comparables would be soccer.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's your comparable.
Still pretty big sport, right?
Same number, JV varsity, about the same number of athletes, rental fees, jerseys, non-pads, non-helmets. So I think your soccer's probably
soccer's the best comparable.
It's been around for a while. And then, so then just with the startup costs, just so that I can clearly make sure I understood how that was going to work then, because we were looking at the fundraising aspect of however people were going to help contribute to that. So is this going to be, if we don't get the money that we need to cover the startup costs, this is something that we postpone? Or is it we make the decision we're going to move forward and then hope that we get the money to come in?
I need the money up front.
Okay.
I need to know it's there. Truly, that's the piece for me, was that the startup cost is going to be significant. I mean, over $100,000. And so, and I've seen Missoula do the same thing. I've seen other AA's do the same thing, that they ask their community, ask the parents to help fundraise that. And there are people in our audience tonight that's willing to step up and say that this is important to us and our families. And you'll listen to the families that are, Babe Ruth all the way up to Legion. They're like, we would really like to help out. So if it's $10, $25, if it's an organization saying I'll do $250, $2,500, $10,000. We want this to work. And so it's important to our community that we establish this. They'll help us get it. I also never want our community to completely fundraise and support financially our activities, because you run into opportunities for people to believe that they have more control over a program by financially contributing. So I want 1 year to help us get it started. We'll take it from there, and then we will run it. Right? Then I was as transparent as I can be with our community members, saying that we want to help. I said, I want your help. I need your help if we want to do this, but we're going to run it from there. Can you get your mic, please, Keith? Thank you.
So Rex, I'm glad I know Great Falls they raised the money first and went that way, and
Yep.
the other AA's. So I'm sure that there's not MHA in their regulations. There's nothing that prohibits a school district to raise money to get a sports started.
No, like you
correct?
said, it's already happened. Multiple avenues, multiple cities. Yeah.
What I am cautious about, Keith, and that's a great question, in the fact that what happens if there's more money? What if we raise $300,000? Can we continue just to fund baseball? B would say no, because whatever is excess of that now has to go back into the coffers and spread evenly for Title IX. And so it's just a first year startup cost. Now there are booster clubs, right, for each sport, and they can financially contribute to supporting you. But we want to be really careful with it. We run through legal counsel, and I've ran this through Megan with Calva Law. That's our best path forward. Yeah.
I appreciate that, families are willing to step up and help out, but to me, it just reemphasizes the fact that our school funding formula, like the state, of course, blessed adding sports, and then they, of course, gave no money, which is a repetition, unfunded mandates or options. We really want the state to start assuming responsibility for the decisions they're making, instead of squeezing the district and squeezing the local taxpayer. But that's a really big lift to get them to change funding. We did get STARS money, but it still didn't catch us up with COVID costs, and inflation's already beyond the 3%. So we're immediately falling back behind, despite several years worth of effort. So as a community, we need to educate our public, and we need to be advocating to actually the state needs to adequately fund the things that they want to keep up with the increasing costs. And it's just, we want kids to be connected. As you said, we know very well, like, activities, whether it's baseball or it's theater, like it is sometimes their entire reason for coming to school. But at the same time, like, academics are our focus, because we want kids to be able to have families and put food on the table. And I appreciate your positivity and the way you try to always make it work. But I think you not passing the levy and just the inflation is just, after having gone through a couple years of this, we're cautious.
Understandable. So am I. It worries me too.
Trustee Marian Butcher.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I say that I am comforted by the startup costs being covered. That was my biggest concern, especially going into the next budget year. In terms of like long-term costs, won't we have savings from Vigilante Stadium? Like we won't need to rent soccer eventually? Would that be a comparable, I'm just thinking long-term, would that be a
I don't
comparable
know if that would be
trade-off?
quite comparable to what we're paying, what we'd be paying, but it definitely would be a savings for sure.
Okay.
Not only that, so as we go through our construction purposefully, and I have not talked about this in public meeting, but bringing Vig 1 into a soccer competition lessens our reliability or dependability on the city for rental fee. Also your tennis as well. So we rent tennis courts. In fact, we have to rent for divisionals this week. I think we're renting some courts East Helena because we don't have enough tennis courts. But in our construction, we'll have enough tennis courts where we don't have to go back and rent from the city to run those. And so you're going to see slight savings in the lack of renting facilities from the city. I'm trying to get us off of the being dependent upon the city and their facilities. And the only thing we'll have left is perhaps softball, and that's Miller Fields off to the south of Capitol.
Can you remind me, so when we do activities, but we're using transportation and with the cost of fuel right now, that's not in our per student contract? How do we? Where does that come from? How do we budget that?
Permission?
No.
Yes.
I think the gas charges for activities comes out of the general fund. It doesn't. It's not through our first student contract. That's just that contract covers school to home or.
Yep, school to home.
Yeah. So.
That wasn't a bill that folks were interested in allowing to pay for that out of the transportation fund. So that might be a really easy win.
So my work around this one is not with law. It's not language. It's the interpretation from OPI. And so 2013 was interpreted that OPI read that language, then it's only home to school. I argue the fact that curricular events take place in all phases. And so if we are transporting kids to unified PE, to the archery range or to fishing. If we're transporting kids, part of their activities in athletics, that's part of the overall curriculum experience of a student, and that should be coming out of transportation and not necessarily the general fund. I don't have legal, I don't have that all the way vetted out in the last year and a half of working with this. B and I have a different opinion, but I think I'm right, and so I'm not going to give up. But I do think that that cost is transportation, and that should be in a transportation fund, not the general fund. And I'm not done with that one yet.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? All right.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
And thanks for the community members for being here. Appreciate it. And appreciate your willingness to help get this up.
Oh, by the way.
And I guarantee this is going to take a lot less time.
Mr. Peterson? Is that the tie? So your former basketball player said that was the same tie you wore 8 years ago as a coach.
This is a state championship tie.
Yeah, Sam leaned over and says, that's the same tie he wore 8 years ago.
It's impressive you remembered. Yeah. Wow. You noticed. Good and bad memories. No, I'm kidding.
All right.
Did item permission? Brian? Did you want to stand up? Are you good for now? I'm good. Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead. We have the room reserved all night. So.
Why don't you come up, Brian?
Oh boy, here we go.
Just give me an update where you're at with outreach.
So appreciate everybody hearing us, and a couple things. Baseball, the Helena Legion program is the best in the state. We're the strongest program, most participation, probably the winningest program in the last 5 to 10 years. So it's a great program. The problem is the dynamic change that everybody else's programs fell away and we're the only ones left. So we're going to Wyoming next weekend. We went to Wyoming already once. We don't have anybody else to play. The other thing about Legion baseball is it's a pay-to-play sport, and it's limited. There's maybe 36 kids between a JV and a varsity team. We'd have double that are able to play baseball in Helena for high school. And it's a lot of kids that, one, may not have the money to play baseball in Legion, and then two, potentially don't want to spend their entire summer playing baseball. They want to play until June and then be done. So it's a different demographic that could be playing high school sports. One other thing you mentioned, how many of the other kids played other high school sports that played baseball. We were kind of thinking about it. My first reaction was there was a bunch, and I kind of went through the list, and it's less than 25% of them. Most of the kids are only baseball kids. It kind of evolves that way because of the Legion program. It's just becomes what my son played football and basketball as freshman and sophomore and decided baseball was what he wanted to do. So that's kind of it. And for both Ted and I, our boys are juniors, so this is a one-shot deal for us. But it's really about other kids playing baseball. It's the all-American sport. It's just to be clear on when it was enacted in 22 in Montana, we were the 48th of 49 states. There's only 2 other states. So not only are we nearly at the bottom nationally, we're the last in the state of Montana. So it's, the only other program really that we have access to is Wyoming that's still playing Legion in the spring. So with regards to the fundraising, we've set up kind of an ad hoc committee to attack it and try to do that. We got a lot of commitments from mainly businesses so far is what we're attacking. We haven't unleashed the parents yet. We're kind of waiting to see how this goes, but you may have a lot of attendees at next month's meeting. But, I don't see it will be a problem. Some of the timing about collecting all of that without a vehicle yet in place to do that by next meeting may not be possible. But I think we have the commitments there to do that. So just wanted to share that. Yeah.
I appreciate that. I mean, just eliminating a pay-to-play in youth sports. It's such a weird outgrowth of American culture. What's happened to youth sports? It's the barrier to participation and just how, it forces everyone on the road. I love the idea of eliminating that for some Helena kids. All right. Thank you, guys. Thanks for keeping it alive. Consent action items. Do I have a motion for the consent action items? It's your last motion ever. Well, maybe not. I don't want to.
What do you mean, man? I move that, Chair McKee, I move that we approve consent action items as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Is there any board comment on the motion? Oh, yes, by all means, jump in.
Can you remind me, Rex, where is Kelly Bodecker coming from?
Say that again.
On the appointments, the Central Elementary, where is Kelly Bodecker coming from?
Broadwater Elementary.
Okay,
Yeah,
so that's
Broadwater.
why
Yep.
we're doing the-
Sorry, I didn't hear you, Trustee Armstrong. Yep, so principal out of Broadwater come to Central. So that's why we have a Broadwater in a roster. Mr. Randall, Dr. Randall is headed up to Butte to take on leadership.
Yeah.
We do have Siobhan online, so she votes that, if everyone votes
So
it,
you
it
have-
goes to 8.
Okay, to 8, okay. All right, thanks for that clarification, and I love the idea of Ms. Bodecker coming to Central Elementary. All right, any other board comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 8-0. Item for action, approval of a resolution requesting the county to conduct next year's elections.
I defer
Way
this
stay
to-
ahead of it, guys.
Well, there's a reason for that, right?
And thank you to Candace for catching that deadline. There is a June 1st deadline that we have to have this approved by. But anyway, so little context, we have the county run our elections This one specifically calls out the regular election in May, but it could include other specials. But essentially, the board has to approve this resolution for the county to run our election. And then once it's approved, I'll coordinate with the county to get all squared away.
So we have approved this kind of unbeknownst. It just gets done every year. And Candace caught up for us and said, hey, I think we need to do this. We did this last year. We always look at 1 year in review, say what was going on in 2025, and we look at it and said, hey, this is one thing that we did not think about, and Candace caught it. So we put this before you per state statute.
I appreciate that. Any other questions?
I think it's important to note that, and just say it out loud, that we have a really good relationship with the county elections office. They've worked really well with us. We've always had, a couple hiccups within the elections, but they've always really worked well with our business office to making sure that they run our elections. And we've seen other AA's not have that relationship with their election offices, and it doesn't go so well. And there's any pound of me that wants to run our own elections. So we will make sure that we maintain that relationship and have the county help us with it.
Thank you. All right. I would entertain a motion for the item for action approval of resolution requesting the county to conduct the 2027 elections.
That's what she said.
So moved.
Excellent work. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Is there any board comment on the motion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 8-0. Reports. Student reps, your last one. Let's make it count. You have an hour apiece.
Oh man, I thought it was. I said 9.
20 minutes ago.
Mr. Gardapi,
Trust
you don't have a semester exam. I think you're done. All right, I'll give you that. All right.
All right, who wants to go first?
You go first.
Alrighty. Good evening, everyone. So I actually have a rather short one today, considering there's a lot going on, but it's rather short. So this is our final week of AP tests, which is truly a joint effort between students and staff. There were some fingers crossed for the AP Gov tests because a lot of the bandwidth is not so good sometimes, and there was a lot of people on that Wi-Fi, so fingers crossed it went great. And then just a huge shout out to our counseling staff because they oversee over 700 tests. And so they are the point of contact for all of those kids. And let me tell you, they do a lot of contacting and communicating during this week, so myself included. So just huge shout out to them as always. The Green Club is putting on their annual plant sale. It's on Wednesday, May 20th, and it's run completely by CHS students. The plant section is incredible every year, and I encourage everyone to check it out. They have great stuff, both from the inside and outside greenhouses. Building renovations, so staff are really starting to pack down their classrooms. So they've been taking personal items home and removing anything unwanted, and then the abatement will occur in the downstairs classrooms and some on the main floor. And they're working with maintenance to get classrooms moved by the end of this school year. And I have a feeling that some of us seniors might get leased out as moving people for some of these classrooms. But as always, happy to help our teachers out. And so there'll be no classrooms found downstairs at the beginning of the year, except for those that are under our library, which is currently our textbook center, and it does have no windows. So, but it's very cold down there. So natural AC for the summer months and into the fall. We just had the Vig Parade. It was great. Capital students really showed up and showed out. Can't say enough about that. We had our prom last Friday. The theme was Vegas. Huge shout out to all the juniors who planned it, set up, cleaned up, coordinated everything. Our junior class does it, and usually it falls pretty much almost solely on the junior class president, and so huge shout out to her. She did a great job. I'm very proud of her. And then another huge thank you to just all of our chaperones, the Great Northern staff, our SROs who donated their time on a Friday night to watch a bunch of kids tear up the dance floor. So this week and last week was kind of our Teacher Appreciation Week. So our student council sponsored a variety of drawings for different types of gift cards, and then they also provided lunch from Panda Express to all the staff last Thursday. Our spring play, Cash on Delivery, just ended. I saw like a little snippet for my English class. It was lovely as always. And then we got our state math competition results. We had many top placers, and including a student whose name is Grady Dushin, who's finished second in the state. So huge congrats to him. And then the annual senior grad walk is on Wednesday, the 27th. This year, we're going to go to CR as well as our elementary schools. So excited for that. That's going to be great. And that's all I have. That's it. That's the end. Last one.
Thank you.
Yeah, this one's last one.
You want to tell everybody what you're doing?
Oh, sure. I am going to MSU on the neuroscience and cell biology track, and then I think I'm going to pick up a Spanish major as well there. I did get the presidential scholarship, so I'm going as a presidential scholar. One of two at Capital, which I don't think that's ever happened before.
Oh, it's really great.
And he's actually my math class, so we found out together.
That's
Actually
sweet.
found out at the 2 board meetings ago. They called me in the middle of the board meeting and told me. So, but yeah, so I'm excited for that. Moving on. Go Bobcats.
Okay.
Thank you.
Congrats on the MSU one. That one was crazy. Dang. So cannot believe this is the last one. Thank God. Just kidding. But anyways, down to business. Like Delaney said, AP tests going to an end. There was about 573 tests given out. Great number for our school. Really excited. We have some great students, and they put a lot of hard work, so hopefully the test results will reflect that. Teacher Appreciation Week was last week, and it was awesome celebrating the amazing teachers we have with gifts and handwritten cards. Thanks to the HIA for the grant they gave us for the hoop house in our Unity Garden. Students from Bryan and Helena High will be able to take part in this amazing opportunity to see the growing process. Tomorrow, our students will have an opportunity to talk with the architect team. They will hear progress so far and will be able to add their input as well. Those students include students from HMS and HHS, so really beneficial to hear from that. I only have one recognition, and it's to the students who competed in the State Music Festival during the Vigilante Week. A lot of hard work going on, especially for the ones in a float. I know they did a fantastic job. We have a lot of talented musicians at our school. Upcoming events are the last concerts for band and choir are 5:18 for band and 5:19 for choir, and then they'll be at 7 p.m. at HMS. And then finally, come watch me and others graduate on June 6th, and it'll be a fun time. No, it won't. It's gonna be boring. And then for me, I will be attending the University of Montana as well on a presidential scholarship, so I'm going to be hanging out with Lisa's daughter, Caitlin. We're going to become friends. But while I'm there, I'll be studying finance and business administration, and yeah, just go from there. No real plan after that, but have fun, study hard, do good.
For you.
Thank you. We're gonna miss you guys. Well, these guys will miss you. We'll be out partying together.
Hey,
So-
Chair McKee.
Yeah.
Can I just point out that we have, I don't think we have two
Two.
presidential
Yeah.
scholars
Pretty sweet.
at this table.
Yeah.
Delaney, you've asked a lot of really good questions, showing maturity well beyond your physical age. Brock, last summer, I mean, you were probably, I mean, you took on so much for that bond, and it really was, I think, getting students involved and you speaking as a student influenced a lot of adults, because you
Absolutely.
were able to speak very eloquently and it talked about how it impacted your life. And I think if you're not in that school or you weren't a parent of kids, you didn't know about the 10 types of shuttlefish or whatever, but to know how it impacts students' lives. I mean, you guys put up with a lot, and we're just super grateful that we were able, with your help, to convey that story and that the community decided to support it. So it's been a distinct pleasure to have you guys on here.
Brock's invitation for graduation. So Candace put this in front of you. There's an invitation for all of those. If you can, and Delaney, if so, all 4 of those graduations are there. You can RSVP with Candace so that we make sure that we have enough seats on stages when we have the graduations.
I also just want to say really quick, like how impressive that was. Like all the students that came up today, all presidential scholars as well from the Spanish one, like crazy. I never even thought about that until they were all going up there and being like, oh yeah. Like, and Delaney said, Caden, the one at MSU, crazy, like over 1,000 people applied to it. So really congrats to Delaney, impressive. But just like the amount of students we have at Helena that really succeed, it's just insane. And I think it just shows like how great of a community we do have.
Yes.
Well said.
I have one more shout out for Mr. B. Zanto, who I don't think is on the meeting anymore, but he is a phenomenal human being. And last night, for everybody who was at the HEF dinner, hearing what people have to say about him is just incredible, and I can't bring it up enough how incredible he is. So just a huge shout out to him, because he really is the guy. Like, if you need something, he's there. I've never met someone who, I feel like I have a personal relationship with him. Like, I feel like he's my principal, and he's the 1,300 other kids' principals as well. So shout out Bizanto if you're on the meeting.
That was awesome. So good. Thank you. Thank you both. Is there an HEA?
Yeah, I changed my mind.
All right, get up here. Get up here, you.
You saw how much fun we're having.
Sorry, yeah, I just couldn't leave, Actually, you come up here, I came up here unprepared completely, but I wanted to just talk about the stipend positions for these coaches and things. This goes through a process. Right now, CMS, is that right? Yes. CMS is working on the athletic coaching stipends to see what's going on across the district. But we have stipends for other types of coach, like our drama and our yearbooks and things like that, DECA and things like that. But there's a process that when, like Casey Askham talked about mock trial, he's put in a proposal for a new one. That goes before a committee of union members and administrators to look at that, to see if that's, he writes down how much work he does, how much time it takes, what the students get out of it, all of that good stuff. And then that's evaluated by the activities committee, which is union members and administrators, like I said. And then those recommendations, as well as some of that salary recommendations, go to the bargaining team, which then actually bargains those positions into our collective bargaining agreement. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that there was lots of involvement when we start looking at those stipend positions for our clubs and all of our other things that bring people up here to get recognized. Those are the folks that we are trying to get, those teachers that are putting in all of that work, that we're just trying to get them a little bit of compensation. So that's all I wanted to say.
Well said. Thank you.
And I'll just stay for the rest because it's going to be so fun.
All right, Facilities and Technology Committee report. Was there was one, yes?
There was.
Sweet.
So I was asked just to chair this just because Siobhan was out. So is Siobhan still on?
She said she just had to take off.
Okay, all right.
It is 7:30. Yeah, 7:30 in Alaska.
So Janet and I attended. So Gary, of course, gave a great technology update. Again, I'd just like to thank Gary and his department for the work he does and the leadership that he provides. Very detailed report. He worked through shared with us 2 employees that are saying farewell, one retiring and one relocating, and so they're in the process of filling those positions, and I know how important that is to technology as we've gone through with that piece of it. We talked a lot about what OPI is requiring for us to, it used to be one time a year. I just remember this. It was always, after we did fall report, you did one report, gave all the data, and that was it. And now it seems like it's just time after time after time. And so now being requested on CTE reporting and in Infinite Campus, and of course our system doesn't match with OPI, which most districts, that's what they find. So we had some good conversations and heard about that frustration, and Janet and I both, we understand that wholeheartedly, and hopefully at some point maybe we as a board or somewhere can work back and help OPI understand what's happening to districts, because it's requiring more staff and it's requiring more time, and we're not even using the data or getting the data. And so then I just scratch my head and think, what have we created? So that's my personal thoughts. But Gary, keep up the good work. We talked about Chromebook, order issues, an FOB audit as he reported on that piece of it. Interviews next week for 3 candidates for the network and systems person or individual there. And then the wireless controller replacement wireless at the end of life in December of 2026 and what that means and licensing changes. And then we talked a little bit about the technology, about the disappointment for the levy and what we kind of just brainstormed in that meeting about what we could do as a board, and because it'll be continuous need and we're going to need to have these levy elections. We can't walk away from it. So what do we need to do to prepare for next year already? So good discussions. Gary had some great ideas, that piece, and I'm sure he'll share with Rex. So I appreciated the discussion. Probably the meeting went on longer than it needed to be, but we really did get into the levy election and the technology election and what can we do as a board to help in that situation? So it doesn't just become Rex and Gary's show, but it becomes the board's show as we work through. So, questions? All right. And then facilities, I guess I'll go ahead. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
So facilities, again, Todd gives a very, very detailed report. Vigilante, I love hearing the vigilante reports and all the people, from the students to the teachers to what it takes. I don't think people understand the work it takes to get to have the parade happen. It just doesn't happen. And so kudos to everybody that participated from the district. And I know as a board member, I appreciate that piece of it. He talked about here's something to celebrate. So one of the warehouses has been removed where the kitchen will be, and so we're down to one to be removed. So we should go over and have a burning party or something like that. Like when you burn your house mortgage, we can just burn the piece of the. I'm just kidding. But anyway.
We could work that in.
Yeah, it might be kind of fun. He talked about Central and JD interior paintings, 80% completed. The CHS electrical fire, which he had reported on last week, so that claim, we completed that piece of it. And then Smith Elementary, the solar bid project, there's 4 contractors, feels real good about the interest, which means that hopefully costs will be a good proposal will come our way in that piece of it. Current projects, HMS, interior, the doors to the auditorium and gymnasium need to be replaced. And then there's, which I'd forgotten about this, there's historic stained glass in the auditorium doors. You may never have noticed that. But so they're going to replace those, but they're going to then hopefully have a company that will replace them with a historic repurpose of the window. So it won't be the actual window, but it'll be historically as close as it can be back into those stained glass windows in the auditorium. So yeah, I thought, oh yeah, the windows. So and then the boiler, one of the 2 boilers at May Butler went bye-bye. So we have one left, and I remember those days at May Butler when sometimes the boilers didn't work. So it's the same old story there. CHS, HHS pre-construction abatement, and that was presented tonight on that plans. And then he's working on some summer help, but of course with budget and so on, wants to they're doing the best they can with grounds and especially with the dry. And we can't, as you remember probably, we can't spray during Monday through Friday because of students with the dandelions. So I know that he's probably getting some calls about why are there so many dandelions on each of the school properties. But they're working on that as we go through. And the custodial then projects, we've talked a lot about maintenance supplies. I know budget committee has talked about that, and they're doing everything they can. They have a new company by the name of Hilliard that he feels comfortable with, that some pricing might be better than what we were getting from Staples because of Montana Broom and Brush going out of business and selling to Staples. And we've heard that story. Yeah, and then again, all this end of the year work, retirement ceremonies, testing, set up prom, state musical, the maintenance department is always involved. Those things don't just occur by snapping your finger. It takes work. And so they're doing all their regular work and then doing these, and they do it just with a big smile on their face. So be sure if you ever, I always tell him, and if I run into a custodian, I just thank them because they're invaluable. And he's got 9 vacancies, so we talked about that. Custodian shortage, what can we do? What's that piece of it? I shared what we struggled with at Show Dare month after month. You'd remember that, Jennifer, and they're still struggling. So it's an issue, not just with schools. So that's the report. Any questions? Yeah.
I just want to highlight, all our employees are great, but Gary, when he talks about the fob audit, so we have these fobs, and then we have some people like HVAC people so we track all the fobs. And so, to have a continual commitment to security like this, to track down all this stuff, when you have all these other obligations, yet if we fail one time, the consequences could be significant. So I really appreciate that you just keep coming back to this stuff. And when they talked today about moving stuff at Capitol High, Todd is very carefully programmed out what classrooms should these teachers move to so that they only move once? And then when we take their supplies, how are we going to store them and what is going in what box so we make sure that we don't get to, September 5th and then somebody goes, I need this box, and Todd's like, it's at the back of the storage unit. And it just really takes a lot of attention to detail when there's so much other stuff also happening at the same time. And so I just wanted to highlight that because I just really appreciate what you guys do.
Thank you. I know I speak for Todd when I say that we'll accept the credit for that, but that we really owe all the work to the folks that are in our departments and do the bulk of that work. And we work for some awesome folks, and they're very committed and they do a great job. So credit to them, for sure. Spoken like a leader. That doesn't take credit for themselves, but if you don't have people that help allow people to do their job, then that doesn't get done. So those two guys behind me are doing phenomenal work.
And it's been mentioned 3 times tonight, but I just wanted to have to mention again, Vigilante Parade was so, it's been going on for more than a century, so Helenas just really think that this is how it goes. It's so much work. I'm aware of a portion. I know that it's work that is at every level, and I totally appreciate it. My office is on the walking wall, and so we had a new employee who'd never seen Vigilante Parade before, and we closed shop. I'm we're a branch of a Missoula office, and they're like, what are you doing? And we're not coming back. We can't even leave our door. And it's to see it through sort of fresh eyes, she couldn't believe it. It was just it's so awesome. It's so huge. It's this uniquely Helena cultural experience. Really proud that we brought back a Scientology float this year. It was Garrett Hinder Ombre was on that float. There's so many. You can't say enough good things about Vig Parade. It's so cool. Congratulations to everyone who puts it on.
As Mr. Meyer said, that doesn't happen with snapping your fingers. There's so much work behind. And then what you don't see is as they come through the start line, there's blocks of stuff going on behind with Kathy Kidder, it's Mick Moore. We're all back there. We have cars coming down aisles and we're directing them off the street because they're right running down the middle. There's so much safety and security going on the backside of that. But once they get to the start line and get down on the parade route, pretty phenomenal. But that's a coordinated effort for weeks.
The whole community stays.
No, it's so cool.
The cadets were very last this year. And I'll be darned if not every single person was still standing there on that sidewalk. It's everyone finished and went through. It's a really proud moment.
Yeah, I say it every year, but the best part of this is watching, Brock and Delaney and those guys. The kids on the floats are pretty amazing, but watching the 4, 5, 6-year-olds sitting on the street dreaming that someday I'm going to be on that, this glaze in their eyes like I can't wait to be one of them, is really what's driven this to be a 100-year parade. The aspirations that I'm going to be like those guys, because they're really cool, is really pretty special. That's probably the most endearing part of the whole parade, is watching the little kids go, I'm going to do that someday.
We're exhausted because every time they went to stand up, there's like little ones yelling, fight, fight.
Oh my God.
So we got our workout in. Everybody got something.
Oh man. Budget and finance. Jolly good time.
I will start off. I'll hand it off to the superintendent, Sam, because they had a few numbers to talk about. But despite our discussion over baseball, I mean, the good news is for the things we can control, we're good at good spots. And we have a little bit more money left in the elementary, to spend. It's better than last month. I think we're about double that in the high school. Sam is going to, we talked at facilities and budget about custodial things, are we paying an appropriate thing? And it was reassuring to hear from Keith that, Shodair struggles. So it's maybe the field just as much. Sam is going to work on that by recoding it so that since we know this happens, since we don't have a way out of it, she's going to recode it so it's not going to look as bad. Overall, it's really good. I mean, the things that we can do, we are doing. Kudos to that. I did specifically talk about the increase in supplies because that stuff starts to eat into our general fund, our interlocal. Now, we have talked about curriculum. We're going to do that next year. I think, Rex, you said that was like 1.2 or something like that.
Yeah, we'll make that decision. I know that Justine has about a $400,000 to $500,000 expense that either we're going to take it out of the 25-26 this school year, or we're going to wait till the 26-27. But we'll figure out where we're at with that. But there's what I guess we are going to have some curricular expenses, and we'll take it out of the interlocal. It's either going to be this year or next, but we'll see what her needs are and bring that forward.
But, we are definitely, unfortunately, going to have to go back and look at as these things, these mandates and the lack of the levies passing, we're just going to have to pay attention to that. And I know that we will. So, we haven't completely talked about it, but we will need to talk about, once you get the numbers figured out, what we're going to be taking out of the interlocal to accommodate for our technological, which is really not devices, but licenses and fobs and servers and that kind of stuff. So we'll have to talk about that. But overall, what we can control, we are controlling. So do you want to talk about your
Yeah, I think interlocal is going to obviously support us through until hopefully we see some relief out of the next legislation and the decennial study and where we're at with increase in funding. Typically, when the budget doesn't work, the last 6 years with Janelle, we would run property and liability, cyber insurance, some curriculum. That would all come out of the interlocal. And as we then could afford, like we did in the high school budget. We took the property and liability, curriculum, technology, we put that back into the general fund and took the burden off of the interlocal. But as you see, as we wane off of those revenue sources out of the general fund, then we have to rely more on the interlocal, then we'll put those back in the interlocal, right? So we move those funds back and forth based on how much we have in our interlocal. So you'll probably see that in hopes that we see some relief coming forward, but we'll see how that turns out with the study. I think maybe what you're alluding to also, Trustee Armstrong, is like, what do the numbers look like in our projections, assumptions of things we don't know? We're projecting a 4% increase like we have in water, probably 4.5% in sewer, natural gas. As we look at all these projections are on a 10-year look back. So what has happened? What's the trend line in 10 years? And we look at those projections, and natural gas has gone up. We're projecting that's probably a 10% increase in natural gas. Remember, 2 years ago, we projected a 18% increase in cyber insurance, and I think it came in at 14%. But those are projections, and we don't know those, so we call those assumptions as we build the budget. Probably 6% in increase in electricity. I think that we had seen some headlines out of the IR last year that we were going to see double-digit increases, and I think that wasn't quite the reality that we found. There's a 10-year look back on Todd's maintenance supplies. In 2016, we spent $38,000. Last year, we spent $128,000. And so you can figure about a $10,000 increase, $9,000 increase every year just in supplies. Todd's pretty creative. His people are creative. So we found out that the paper towels were far less expensive if you bought them in a certain roll. But our dispensers don't have that roll, right? There's a certain key that they had to fit in. So we got all the dispensers, and Todd's crew went around for 2 weeks and changed out all of our dispensers so that we could save some money. I think we got the dispensers for free as long as we bought the paper towel from them. And we all know how absorbent our school paper towels are anyway. But that's beside the point. We do things like that. Todd does things like that all the time, trying to find the next penny to save, because $9,000 every year, increase. So you'll see that that's we have some budget actuals on around how much we purchased during COVID, but those are not true numbers because we had federal dollars and we paid for every chemical known to man to kill a bug. And so ionizers and sprayers and chemicals during that time. So we spent a lot of money during the 2021, 2022 years, and that has dropped back off. So you'll see a decrease in that, but predominantly we're running about 9,000 to 10,000 addition every year. We spend also, I think, just for general purposes, electric, garbage, gas, sewer, water. We spend about $1.5 million every year on utilities. That has helped a little bit. We offset that cost. Hawthorne, we don't have kids in it, so we don't heat it as we used to in the lights and that, so that's come down just a hair. 7th Ave, we had the Queen City football that was paying for the utilities, so that came down in the last couple of years. And then obviously the big one is Rape York coming offline and having St. Pete's and Pete's Place pay for the utilities out of that. So we've offset some of those costs. May Butler would be the same thing, although we do have people in that, so there's still circulation of individuals at May Butler, but that's a building that we need to look at as we have been. What's the next purpose of that one?
I mean, the failed boiler has to save a little bit of money, right?
What's that?
The failed boiler has to save a little bit of money.
There's a little bit.
We're not boiling any water on that old gal.
Hey, one less boiler over there.
That's right. We're doing good. Teaching and learning.
We heard most of it today. We did a preview of the Plucker report. We also did a deep dive into career technical education and things on the horizon with that. Looked at our district coordinator, who's half-time CTE coordinator, half-time counselor, and looking at kind of where the state is moving in terms of career clusters so that students have an opportunity to pursue some sort of post-secondary planning or certificate or coursework that aligns with their future goals within a cluster, so they're not siloed to one particular field. And there's some really exciting things on the horizon. The goal being that every kid will walk out of Helena high schools with something towards their next step, whether it be a certificate or an AP class or that kind of thing. And then also looking at the future ready payments from the state that we will start receiving, not this school year. Is it 27-28 school year for future ready? Can somebody confirm that? 27-28 for future ready payment is when we'll get the money?
Yes, it would be the following school year, so 27-28.
Yes, so we can get additional money from the state for students that complete a certain number of credits towards career and technical education.
There was that scale of 10 credits, 15 credits. So we hope that we can utilize some of those additional funds.
We have a lot of things already in place, which is great news. So,
As we, in many of the cases, that those are always paid in the rears, right? And so we don't see that until after we perform, so we have to front load the money up to get the programs rolling and then get money in the back end of it.
Thank you. And I did this little dive while Dr. Plucker was talking, but I didn't want to keep all of those construction people waiting. But piggybacking on what he said, and this is one thing that has been sort of confusing and weird about educational data as long as I've been on the board. That awesome conversation about let's accelerate, we'll do like North Carolina, and they do all this cool stuff. It's an awesome idea. This is not meant to like poo-poo it. But there's no single source of truth, and there's no like known end game of like how do you know that it's working. So I looked into that bill. It passed in 2019. So if it went into effect in 2020, kids have been getting this accelerated math experience for 6 years. So like juniors taking the ACT, this has been, more than half of their educational experience, right? North Carolina is a state that also does the ACT as its kind of like end game assessment. Yep. This is how we're going to tell that everything we've put into use since kindergarten is working. The North Carolina ACT composite is 18.5. The Montana ACT composite is 19.5. The North Carolina ACT percentage of math meeting benchmark is 25%. The Montana ACT math meeting benchmark is 31%. Like, it's a totally awesome program, but they've been running it for 6 years, and I'm not saying like, hey, let's do it. It sounds awesome. And it really does and did sound awesome. And I love the idea of democratizing and finding talent wherever it is, even if it's not looking like what we think it's going to look like. But it is just worth noting that, like, if these standardized assessments are how we show at the end of the game it's working, we're already beating the people who accelerate. Like, we can do it, but they still got to catch up with us, and we're not even doing it. So anywho, that is one of my very last data deep dives for this crew. Maybe I'll phone in. I got 3 minutes every 2 weeks.
We're going to cut that off.
Nope. 3 minutes, 10 seconds. All right, policy committee.
I love your enthusiasm. Hoping to carry that forward. So we didn't actually meet for May, but I wanted to make mention of our April meeting because I don't think I was able to stay on to talk about it for the last board meeting. There's just one policy to note. It's our medication administration policy. It was not ready. There's a lot of work. It's a 7 or 8 page document with just line after line after line. So we had a really, really good discussion on what that looked like and what it was like for our secretary staff to be providing the medication for our students throughout the day versus our nurses being available, and et cetera. So there's going to be a lot of work, I would imagine, happening through the summer on that one. We'll probably see it later in the fall, but I just wanted to give kudos, since it is Nurses Week, that they are doing a fantastic job in helping to ensure that all of the students and kids within the district are getting the medications and care that they need. So it was very much appreciated from them. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? All right, health benefits. I hope you guys are taking a rest.
I know. Well, I do have a report because we did meet on April 30th. We had a little hiatus in there, it seemed like. But as you know, when we go to Bridged Health, we're still a self-funded program, so we still have to pretty much do all the things that we've done all along. So every year we look at trends regarding premium costs as part of our preparation for setting premium rates for next year. And so Rich Franco and Alliant are our consultants. They offer their analysis to guide that decision, and they always look at a couple of options. So the committee met, we talked about, and we voted to use a recommended 9% blended medical RX, rate, 4% dental, 2% vision, trend percentage numbers, so that they can use those to do their premium analysis forecasting. That was one set of numbers, and then we also say, well, why don't you also look at a slightly lower set, 8% blended medical RX, 3 dental, 1 vision. All of that's just to say they're going to be looking at those numbers. They're going to be recommending to us where we should set our premium for our upcoming year, which is 10/1 to 9/30, right? So our year starts the 1st of October. They're also including some bridged alliances financial impacts as we're looking at our potential premium changes. And there's some savings and some increases that should come with joining Bridge, savings from our pooled stop loss, but also costs associated with administrative fees. And we're going to get together on May 21st, and then we'll have this presentation about the premium analysis, and then we'll be voting on May 28th on premium rates for plan year 26-27. So that's one thing that we talked about. We also voted to continue, or actually add back Hinge Health to our plan for members. There was a little lapse there. That will come at a low cost. And so Rich is working with Hinge to get it restarted, and that should happen in the next couple of weeks. So that's available to our members. The longest part of our meeting was actually an update from PRISM. Ryan Rice, who is our RX consultant on a 340B pharmacy possibility, and we've been talking about that for a few years. And we've been looking into how entering a 340B arrangement could create savings on our pharmacy for our plan. We are currently, under the guidance of PRISM, exploring an agreement with PureView, who might provide a pathway that could provide benefit for our members and for our plan, with the potential savings to our plan being maybe around $100K per year. This savings involves only actually a few of our members and specialty drugs, which are, the really high cost ones. And just a little note here, this agreement would be separate from our arrangements with the main pharmacy benefit manager that we would be going to with Bridged, or which is Capital RX. So this would be something that we would negotiate separately as part of our option to do as self-funded, but we have to make sure that that will be allowed in our contract with RX. So we're going to continue exploring this possibility for the arrangement with PureView. And there are just several more pieces that have to fall into place. And then, speaking of waiting for pieces to fall into place, we are still, as of this last meeting, which was April 30th, and I think as of just a couple days ago, we're still waiting to get the master service agreement from Capital RX, which was one of our contingencies for saying yes to joining Bridged Health. We've heard that the agreement is now in the legal sign-off stage, so
we're here.
We should be getting it soon, but soon has seemed to be very elastic. So, yeah.
It's all relative.
Yeah, it seems so. Yeah, and that's my health benefits report.
Okay, can you remind me, Hinged Health?
That has to do with musculoskeletal. It's a program that we provide an opportunity for our members to take advantage of.
Right.
And there's quite a few members who actually access that program. And musculoskeletal was one of our top claim, things that people were trying to access. So, yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. No questions.
Other questions? Questions? I don't want to rush anyone along.
Look at Brock.
Wellness Committee.
No rushing.
Sure. I'll fill in.
Yes. Well, Robert he has all the things happening. But he did tell us he was really excited about a partnership with Old Salt so that we can get some Montana beef in our schools. So that's excellent. He talked about the barbecues that he's had going on, and then he also was talked a little bit about working with the architects and the modifications he was able to make, and he was very happy that he was able to get high quality equipment that will have longevity, but is still on budget, and that the kitchen will allow for room for growth and different, uses over time. So that was great to hear. We also learned that PAL qualified as a CEP school, which means, Linda, can you explain what that is? I don't quite understand that.
I'll put it in quotes, that all the students get free meals because
Right.
they have just the right percentage to make it fiscally possible for our district to give free meals to all students.
Yes. So you have to hit like a 40% threshold, and we'll get some title money, and then the district will have to cover some costs, but there will be free meals for kids at PAL. That's the.
Even though it's not really free, but we're saying it's free. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, sorry.
I just want to let you guys know, so going off of the Montana beef that he has going on,
Yeah.
Robert's going to be in a documentary, I think, about Montana foods being integrated into schools, which is really cool.
Aw.
No way. That's so sweet.
Yay, Robert. Amazing. He should show off his new kitchen.
They've got that scheduled here coming up, and I'll send the link to all of you when it is
Nice.
done and ready.
Yay.
Yeah.
Exciting.
So you won't have to increase the speed on that. You'll have to rewind it and slow it down.
Yes.
We're going to want to slow that down.
I know. It's
Slow-mo.
I love it.
We have Trustee Hathorn's hands up.
Oh, did she have a question? Sorry.
Did you have a question, Trustee Hathorn?
Comment. I just wanted to thank Keith for giving the facilities report. I was going to do that, and my grandson had a meltdown. So anyway, I thank you for stepping up, and I'm sure it sounded great. I missed it. Thank you.
I only had one more thing that I want to shout out Robert for, which is I didn't know he did this. He does school-specific menus based on what kids actually eat in each building. And I just think that's pretty neat. So that's my last thing.
That's pretty neat.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And then I just wanted to add a couple things. Carrie served on the Wellness Committee, and it was much appreciated. But then the decision was to have Caitlin now be on the Wellness Committee. And I think having her on there and understanding all the federal programs and the free and reduced numbers and just a bunch of different aspects of what this wellness committee could achieve is really exciting. And when Jenny was talking about the partnership with Old Salt, one of the cool things they were talking about as well, Caitlin was talking about, which we have in other districts across the state, is a potential CTE for butchering.
Oh, sweet.
And so there might be a place where Old Salt is and whatnot to do that and have students do it like they do in Drummond and different areas too. So that was really exciting. And we have just having been in the food security world, childhood food security, let me be clear. We never have a kid on there or a student, and we actually have a Capital High student that's giving a lot of perspective and is just giving a lot of input, and next year will be a great voice for youth on how we can improve school meals. And I just, so I used to work for No Kid Hungry, and my former boss is Lisa Lee, and she's on the Wellness Committee and the Kids Nutrition Coalition. And just the last meeting, the thing she's been talking about for like a decade, it was like, I texted her afterwards, I'm like, you've got the dream team now. And also the growth that Robert has had. I never paid attention to school meals. Joined No Kid Hungry 2015. I have an AmeriCorps member that is all about organic and vegan and everything. And guess where she gets placed? In our school district at Robert Sodexo Kitchen. Let me tell you, it was a culture shock for both. But she was so optimistic, and she was able to open Robert's Horizons to just starting to source locally, like the carrots from Charlie's Produce and whatnot. And just to hear the excitement that he has and the fact that he's going to get a kitchen, man, it's just so exciting. So, yeah, I'm just so happy for, all that's to come with the Wellness Committee.
That's awesome. And thanks for your service on it. Montana School Boards Association. Siobhan, do you have an MTSBA report?
I don't. Nope, not today.
Okay.
I don't. Do you have a grandkid report?
Well, he's pretty cute, but he's been a little fussy.
Enjoy that time.
Thank you.
This might be a question for Rex or Siobhan, but do we know if we want to submit a resolution for our MTSBA annual meeting, when we need to do that by?
I'll find out and get back to you.
Perfect. Thank you.
And
Did you know Rex?
I think Lance sent something out this afternoon. I have not opened that email yet, but I believe there's something there. Yep, it's coming up.
Yeah, and I would also be interested in meeting with anyone who, was really serious about that so that I could advocate for it more appropriately if that is needed.
We'll look at the timing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, we got a PTO report. Jump in. It's not even on there.
I'll say it really quickly.
Yeah,
So
jump in.
I went to the Montessori, Helena Parents of Montessori HPMP. I forget what that last P is for. So very quickly, it was a great group, partly online, partly in person. It was on May 4th. We had a discussion about they discussed recent work to encourage families throughout the district to learn more about the public Montessori programs and to sign up for the lottery. They had a panel this year that provided info on the program by administration and teachers, and that was well attended. And the majority of the people who attended that were not signed up for the lottery yet. And then they also had a promotion of the Montessori program and lottery that came from Kindersprout teachers. And after they sent that out, another 20 plus applications arrived. So that seemed to be effective. There were a total of 78 applications this year, and that was for 36 spots in 2 kindergarten classes. As of the meeting on May 4th, all the spots had been filled. Of course, as they called, some families declined a spot, so the offers had to be passed on to the next in line. And then, now that all the slots are filled, I think the actual wait list is going to start operating. So they also discuss recent events sponsored by the organization. Some of them are community focused, others more about fundraising. Fundraising is looking towards another pod, which they said may be located in the new Kessler School, that there was conversation about that. They also talked briefly about wanting to offer training to more teachers who are interested in our district, and the organization raises funds to support that training. And now that training is available in Bozeman. I think it was much further and more difficult to access before, a little bit more challenging. They offer 3 summer camps, and I didn't realize that, but they've been doing that for some years. They've offered 2 in the past, and they've added a 3rd one this year, and they're open to any 1st to 5th grade kid family in the district. And I asked them at the end of their meeting if they had concerns or hopes to share with the board, and they said their fundamental wish would be that they would have enough spaces for everyone who is interested so they wouldn't have to have a lottery at all. And they also noted that they continue to hear questions or comments, skepticism about whether the lottery is actually random. And they said, and it is, so they would like that fact to be firmly acknowledged. So that's my report from them, a good group.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I mean, my kids won that lottery. And it's like that cynicism has been around forever. Years. Since forever. Since it started. Yeah, exactly.
I'll say my kid got in and I didn't have any connection, so just saying.
There was no hand on the scale for me. No, I'm not going to say it. Like we could ask the Montana Lottery to run that for us. They'll do that. They'll do that. They're right here. I have some connections too. I think you have the same connection, actually. All right, upcoming meetings. Teaching and Learning on Wednesday, May 19th, right here. And the Board of Trustees work session, where the new trustees will be sworn in, will be on Tuesday, May 26th at Central Elementary in the fabulous school library there. I will not be at that meeting. And so I think our trustee vice chair, who may end up becoming, we'll just wait and see, our trustee chair, will be running that meeting on my behalf, or at least starting it and then finishing it however you guys see fit. Are there any board or superintendent comments?
Additional meetings that, working with Shane today, we're going to need to run June 2nd. I think that's a Wednesday. We'll run a Teams, Zoom, and in-person meeting, roughly 15 to 20 minutes. I need your approval. We have a DEC. We'll sign a contract with the asbestos abatement team. There's a deadline that has to be reviewed by DEC prior to remediating the asbestos out of both high schools, and that's going to be taking place on the 2nd. So we're going to need special board meeting on that time, and it'll be a quick one, but just based on what Shane needs, I'm going to have to run that special board meeting. I can't find one that's going to fit. It'll be noon. Yep, noon on, and Candace will send that out. I just want to make sure that you saw that coming at you. The other thing that just hit this afternoon, right when I was walking in here, and then I'm getting the double A's talking about it as we speak. ACT scores are wrong, and so they put out an official statement that they need to recalibrate their score. So AT has informed us that discovered a need to reissue scores for students who took the test online during the spring testing window.
What? My kid is really good. Don't play with my heart.
Yeah,
I'm revising upward, I assume, right?
What will end up happening is that they will not be lowered. All they can do is go upward. There'll be more information. Okay, there'll be more information coming out tomorrow, May 13th, I believe. And this is stemming from a conversation the AA's had about a month ago. That there's a district that took it early and got their scores back, and were a little bit appalled, like, this doesn't seem right. How does it happen? And so we started digging into it and putting pressure on ACT, and they said, hey, you know what? We might have scored those wrong. And so they're going to go back and look at them again. So your ACT in North Carolina may not be accurate, trustee.
Those are 2024.
All right, so.
I stand on it.
Anyway, there's some information that's going to come out.
Thank you. That's amazing.
Yes, I sure will.
Did they explain why? I mean, like what the mechanics were or anything like that?
Negative, Ghost Rider. It didn't say. It just said that they discovered there's a possible error, and they're going to recalibrate and score them again. And then make sure that they send that information to anybody that has taken the ACT online, which is all of us. So more information coming.
Amazing. Any other comments?
That would be interesting to be a fly on the wall inside that organization right now.
Oh, man.
Makes me go back and go, how about the previous years?
Yeah.
Chair, do you think before we all go, like, could we just do a group photo? Could Taylor take a?
Sure. Yeah.
We have one. We're just missing one. I was doing an AI her in it. It was during celebration, it's a C.G. Erickson Award, and all of us were there, and it's professionally done. We just don't have Trustee Walsh, and so I was going to add her into that one. But it's a really great photo of all of us.
But it is also really nice. I mean, we never have our student reps.
Oh, true.
And although
That's a
we're
good point.
missing Siobhan,
We're missing Siobhan.
we can add her in.
Yep.
But,
She could just allow her camera, and she could fill up half the wall.
And it is 10:16.
And then we'll stand in front of it.
Brock, we're going to drag this out as long as we possibly can. We love you.
Right,
I know.
Right. Well, thanks, you guys. Thanks for 6 wonderful years, and thanks for everything that you guys do in the district. I mean, we hear a lot of complaints, and that's usually about the complaints. I don't want to say that the people who complain are always full of it. What the heck is my last meeting? But they're usually complaining about the last 10%, not the first 90. So I hope you guys always feel the full support of the 90 that you're doing extremely well all the time, and such beautiful work. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to say a quick thank you to
our two student
Yes.
reps.
Yes.
And also to Linda and to Jen for just doing such good work on this board, and for the humor, for the smarts, for all the things that you've contributed. So just thank you very much. It's been a privilege and an honor to be on this board with you all.
Sorry, Brock, you're going to have to stick around for a little. I guess first I'll start with the student reps. Each year, I've only been on this is my third year, but it's just been awesome to see each set of reps and what they have contributed. And with you two, I mean, the fact that you guys got these very esteemed collegiate scholarships just talks about how rigorous your schedules are academically, personally, your activities, and then what you've done as being voices for our district for some historic stuff that has happened. It's just amazing. So I just feel privileged to know you guys and to have just watched you guys in action, and I'm excited for all that the future holds for you. And I'll be like, I knew them back in the day. So I just want to thank you guys. You know, with the work I did as a social worker, and being a parent of a student, I was very aware of paras and teachers and principals and food service being asked to do so much and then being spread so thin. And then being a trustee, then I got a firsthand seat on what it is to be a trustee. And you're not just sitting here twiddling your thumbs. You put a lot of extra time to conscientiously think about the bigger picture, even though the public doesn't see that, like that 10%. Whatever the percentage, it doesn't matter. There's an intention that you all put and an intelligence. And I've watched us and you guys been demonized and villainized over the years, and it could be spirit breaking, but you keep fighting, you keep showing up and advocating for our kids and for our educators and just for our future, right? And the group that I wasn't aware of, that I became very familiar with, and not even knowing the amount that you all do, is the leadership in this building. And I remember when I was running, and people knew me as the girl that tells it like it is, and I'm really just trying to fight for the kids and working families and low-income families, whether they're working or unable to. And they're like, yeah, the people in the admin building, there's too many of them, and there's all these conspiracy theories and all that kind of stuff, and not enough transparency and all this stuff. So obviously, I hadn't thought about it. I just thought you all are doing what you can do, and I'm busy with my own life, so I'm not really speculating a lot. And then I get to see firsthand for 3 years that it's the complete opposite. And I do worry, like, you guys are so stretched. And when do you get your breaks, right? And you keep fighting, and you keep doing as much as you can, and you keep looking forward, right? While public schools are being demonized, they're being weaponized. I remember listening to Kirk Miller talk about, the direction it was going, and this was what, 2020? Privatizing education. And people are like, yeah, whatever, man. But now, where are we? But you're still fighting. And that gives me hope. Our student reps give me hope. You guys at the table, you guys in this building, and I'm going to be voicing it to anybody that tells me some damn conspiracy theory or saying these people aren't doing their work. And I'm gonna tell it like it is. And lastly, obviously a superintendent gets a lot of attacks. So I remember hearing stuff about the superintendent. So, and not that I believe what I say, but you kind of just want to assess out the situation. And I remembered one of my first work sessions was at Kessler Elementary. and there were kids giving tours. And this one kid came up to Mr. Kessler, gave him a tour, not Mr. Kessler, Mr. Welts, and gave him a tour and just wanted to make sure, like, he got his attention and gave him the tour, and then they hugged and whatnot. And then the kid left, and then Rex said, yeah, I had him at Rossiter, and, he had a tough life, but, and he would act out violent toward me. And the fact that kid, he wanted to see Rex just to get his attention and affection in a way of saying, like, I'm sorry for what I did in the past. I mean, that's the litmus test. Really, it's through a kid's eyes. And you try to do what's best for kids. The unfortunate reality is as each year goes by, it becomes a luxury. And you can't do what's best for all of our kids. Because from the day I started here, I said, who holds OPI accountable? And he's telling me about these insane reports, right? Like, yeah. But regardless of the attacks, the demonization, the exhaustion, the never-ending effort, you guys keep pushing through. So I just want to thank you, because now I got a little glimpse of how the machine works. So I thank all of you, and I hope I can be a voice and an ally on the outside. And I can behave when I need to, but you also know I don't have to behave either. Yeah. So thank you.
Done behaving.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that, Linda. That was awesome. So true. I'm not going to say anything more because it's already 10:30, but I will just say this one thing. At you guys' last meeting or first meeting, that was Hawthorne Elementary. And that was such a painful, painful night. And we heard all these people standing up behind the mic, and they were like, you guys need to, you guys need to, you guys need to, you guys need to. We did. Jenny and I and another parent in town, Miss Dale Taylor, we spent the last year building a statewide effort to change the way Montana, to engage people in the way Montana changes public schools. It's called mtlovespublicschools.org. Share it all around. You'll probably be seeing it more and more. We're certainly trying to help you see it more and more. But it is a plain language explanation of how school funding actually works. It takes direct aim at it's administrative bloat. No, it ain't. It takes direct aim at you're just wasting your money. No, we are, what are we, 36% below the national average and 50% below North Dakota. I mean, it just like lays it all out, how you can get involved, how you can get involved in the decennial process, and we'll push it all the way through the 2027 legislature. So while I am done on this board, our biggest problems were never going to be solved by this board or any board. Our biggest problems could only ever be solved at the legislative level. And so that, we're taking it there now to try to get the public involved. Lawmakers alone, it's too comfortable to engage in culture war and too discomforting to solve real problems. So this is an effort to get citizens involved and help explain why, yeah, your property taxes have gone up 100% and your schools are getting 2.4% inflationary increases a year because you are actually getting screwed. And we're going to make sure that as many people know that as possible. So anyway, little plug for MLPS.
Great.
Are we adjourning? I guess I'm the only person who can adjourn this gosh darn meeting. All right, we are adjourned. Oh, wait, God, you're right.